Hello and welcome to day 3 of the Art of Nervous System Care Summit. I'm Dr. Sandra Marie, your host, and I'm excited to have you here for our final day together. Over the past 2 days, we've explored nervous system care from many different angles. We've brought together a truly unique and eclectic group of presenters, and you're going to hear many different points of view today in a wide range of modalities, some familiar and some perhaps new to you. This variety was very intentional for the summit. This isn't one right way. There isn't one right way to care for yourself, regulate stress, or find steadiness in these challenging times many of us are experiencing. What works for one person may not work for another. Remember, regulation isn't a formula. It's personal, contextual, and often surprisingly simple. We've certainly learned that over the last 2 days. All sessions are offered as invitation, not prescription. Most of today's sessions are live, but there are a few that are pre-recorded. The summit is completely virtual, so I invite you all, please join us in the live chat, introduce yourself, tell us where you're from. If you have any questions or comments, add them to the chat, and if time allows, we'll include a brief Q&A with our presenters. I want to thank you for being here for our final day. And let's get started. Welcome to the session on breaking the pain-stress loop, a medication-free path to relief. Dr. Njideka Olatunde will join us for this session. She is a master reflexologist and naturopathic practitioner and the founder of Focus on Healing Wellness Institute. Her work bridges pain relief, stress, and emotional well-being through hands-on care that treats the whole person, not just the symptoms. She brings a deeply practical, compassionate perspective to healing that empowers individuals and the families as well. Welcome, Njideka. How are you today? I am not hearing you. Is your mic on? At the bottom, there could be a little microphone. There should be underneath us, there's a microphone icon, and there's the camera. Obviously, the camera's on. Are your computer settings on for your microphone? I do know for some of the guests, they had to make sure that their microphone was turned on in their browser system. So like if you're in Chrome, you have to give Chrome permission to use your microphone. It's all good. Take a deep breath. This is a perfect example of nervous system regulation, right? When we get into these situations, sometimes we just have to take a moment to calm ourselves, figure out the resolution, and all will be good.
Are you hearing me now?
Oh, there you are. I love that beautiful voice. Do you need it? There you go. Take a deep breath. How are you doing now?
I'm doing wonderful, and it's an honor and a privilege to be here supporting you in this summit and being able to share all the information to the listeners.
Well, this is such an important topic, and you and I have talked about this before, especially with the opioid pandemic that we've experienced. And I really think that there are not too many people out there that have not had some kind of a negative outcome from that on some level. So let's get started. Many people Njideka, they experience pain and stress at the same time, but they don't always connect the two. What are your thoughts on that?
That's a real important issue in terms of overall health and wellness, specifically if you're going to focus on relieving pain, because pain and stress go hand in hand. You don't have stress without pain, and you don't have pain without stress. But the combination, the missing piece to that is understanding the pain stress connection and connecting it with the mind body spirit connection in terms of integrating the holistic healthcare approach.
So, in your work, what patterns have you noticed between how pressure shows up and then how the physical pain shows up?
Okay, one of the things that is not really considered whenever you are experiencing pain, it's usually a result of stress. We know that stress is classified as 95% of all health challenges is caused by stress. But how do you get the stress to create the health problem comes from something that's happening outside of your body that you bring inside your body. And if you don't let it go, it begins to harbor. And when it harbors inside your body, it starts creating pain. And usually I address that from the fact that when I'm working with my clients as it relates to dealing with pain and stress, it's very important to get them to understand and go back to that particular situation that is the contributor of the pain that they're now experiencing. And the way you do that is being able, as a practitioner, being able to listen. And once that's like the first line of putting the healing process in place.
Okay, so in my history of working in healthcare, when someone comes in pain, the main focus is usually on diagnosing or treating it first, or sometimes it's even prioritizing helping others feel better right away, which many times is writing a prescription. So, in your practice, when someone walks in hurting, what do you see as the most important when you first meet them?
The first thing I understand is the reason you're coming to me is because you're in pain. And because you're in pain, the one thing you want more than anything is relief. And so, what I do, I have incorporated what's known as touchology and reflexology. Now, touchology is my first approach when someone comes to me in pain. And what that is I'm going to let them talk to me about all that's going on, and because people really want to be able to unleash the stress that's affecting them mentally and emotionally. So what I do, and I call that the first point of relieving pain begins with touch. And the first form of touch is listening. Because as I'm listening while they're talking, the one thing I'm listening for is what is the stress factor. I want to hear them tell me about the stress factor. As I'm listening, they are listening to themselves as well. Now I know what is a contributor to why they're in pain, which means that I am focusing on relieving pain first before treatment. But before I can get to the treatment, the pain relief becomes the reflexology. That's what I use as, because now you're open and receptive. And what I'm doing with the reflexology is helping the body to relax, helping the body to release toxins and impurities, helping the body to bring balance. Now the client is more apt to want to be able to move into treatment. And treatment may be a combination of many different things because we're talking about integration, because there's no one therapy that does it all. And so, me listening as for stress factors, does that mean that you need some rest? Does that mean that You may need to be referred to a massage therapist because we're looking at muscle problems. Or do you need to go to an acupuncture or chiropractor? Or do you need to change your diet? Do you need a cleansing? It's about all of these things that can be contributors to why you're in pain because of the stress that triggered it.
So, when people hear healing touch, usually the first thing they're going to think about is the body, a hands on type of thing. And you've mentioned a couple of different modalities there. In your experience, how do the emotion, beliefs, and a person's support systems influence that pain?
It plays a big role. And I say that because one of the things that we all have to understand is that touch is both mental, physical, and emotional, spiritual, and even financial. It deals with touch. And touch is something that people don't understand because just like you said, it's something physical. Is how when we think of touch, it's always got to be something physical. Here's an example I can share to tie into the question that you asked. Think about someone who's feeling really bad, and all of a sudden, all you did was smile at them, and that uplifted them. That's a form of touch that's healing. All of a sudden, you may be in a hurry and in a rush, and someone opens the door for you, and you happen to say, thank you. And that made that person's day. That's a form of healing. Another big one that we never think about, if you live in a big major city and you're driving on the highway and you got to get over and nobody's letting you over and you're trying to squeeze it, and all of a sudden somebody puts on their brakes and give you enough space and you raise your hand to them in a way of saying thank you, that may have made that person's day. That's a form of touch that's healing. And once we understand that interconnection, because see, the touch is not isolated, it's connecting you. It's a connection, it's a healing connection. And I think that once we understand how we're all connected in each other's healing process, and I'm really big on specifically when we talk about it from a family perspective. When someone is ill in the family, the whole family is ill. And we don't realize that because it's a family connection. It's very important to understand that when one family member is going through it, the whole family is, and the whole family has to participate in the healing process. That's the interconnection.
Wow, that's so important to pull all of those threads together and weave them. So, Njideka, these days, many more people are really searching for pain relief options that don't rely on the medications. What do you think most people misunderstand about the non pharmaceutical pain relief, and what tends to surprise them once they give it a try?
One of the things that people have to understand, and I kind of tie that into when I use reflexology as an example to kind of explain it. When you're dealing with pain, you also have to understand the system of the body that is the communication, is the nervous system. And if you understand the nervous system and how the nerve endings throughout your body are connected to the major communication center of the body, which is the brain. And so when you're dealing with pain, it's the nerve endings that send the messages from that organ to the brain that there's trauma, there's stress, there's discomfort. And so when that happens, the brain then sends the message back through the nervings to that particular organ or that system, releasing the body's natural pain relievers known as endorphins. So what we have to understand is the body is already has its built-in pain reliever. But when a lot of times when you're dealing with from the medication perspective, it numbs the nerve endings so you don't feel the pain, but it is not addressed the cause of the pain problem. So what happens? After it wears off, the pain comes back again, and so you're back into taking medication to numb the nerve endings instead of letting the nerve endings release the message to the brain that we need some relief here, send it. And with that relief, now you can start looking at what is it I need to do to improve the system, to assist the body. Let me work with my practitioner in assisting the body in the healing process to move to relieving the health challenge.
Gosh, thank you for that explanation. That really helped connect a lot of dots about what's happening sort of in the background. So when it comes to reflexology, what would you say to the skeptic?
The skeptic, in terms of what I was, because like, excuse me, like with any process, the healing begins with your belief, which means we got to look at your mindset. And the belief has to come from trust. And the trust and the belief connected together begins with you. So for someone who's skeptic, we have to look at what is the reasoning behind the lack of belief and the lack of trust. Because no matter what system you use, no matter what therapy you use, no matter what medication you receive, nothing works until you have a belief in it and you trust it, because that's inside you. You are the corporate that brings the healing that you desire. And so that's the whole process. So if you're skeptical, what we have to look at is what's going on with you. Are you comfortable with that pain? Are you comfortable with that diagnosis? Or are you ready to take a step and do some changes? And we have to be supportive with each other in that. It's not a judgment statement. It's not devaluing. It's about understanding and accepting where you are. And that begins the process.
That's so beautiful. And I think that that's a missing step many of the times. I love your awareness with that and bringing that out in a way to give people a moment to ponder that. In your experience, what's the difference you see between people who are passive recipients of their care versus people who are actively participating in the healing process? I feel like we see a lot of passive people who are asking for help.
I like that question. I'll sum it up in terms of how I address my clients.
Okay.
Number one, I usually tell them you have to understand your body. And by understanding your body, what I'm saying is, how do you define your body? Do you define your body as a temple, or do you define your body as a warehouse? Now,
Ah.
if you define your body as a temple, you see it as something sacred, something special, something valuable, something that I cherish. If you see your body as a warehouse, that's just, I just store stuff here, I put it there, whatever happens, it's there. It's a storage shed. So when we look at the person who's active, that would be the one who sees their body as a temple. The person who's passive is the one who sees their body as a warehouse. So what you do, it deals with how you value yourself. Because, and let me kind of qualify that for understanding. We have a habit that when we are in ill health or facing a challenge and we take ourselves to the doctor, we put that burden on the doctor to be about healing and relieving us. And what we're doing is we're taking our body to the doctor like we take our automobile to the mechanic. When the car breaks down and it has this problem, engine light or whatever, we go into the mechanic, we say, okay, my engine light is on or I'm feeling vibrations. And what happens is the mechanic is mechanically trained to address that concern that you say to them. So they know exactly what they should be looking for. You can't carry your body into the doctor and say, my back is hurting, and expect the doctor to automatically know what it is to do. What we have to do now is understand that we are in partnership with our practitioners. It's a two-way street. A practitioner's role is not as a healer, but to assist the body in the healing process, working with you. We go hand in hand. We're working together collectively and cooperatively, which allows you to play a role in your healing process because only you can do that. It's about you.
Wow, that's huge, and I love the analogy with the car. Like that really drives it home. Njideka, are you able to like provide a demonstration of a simple technique or tool now for the audience out there?
I would love to thank you. One of the things that I tell everyone, I'm going to share with you a reflexology technique. And reflexology is designed to relieve pain and stress. And so if you're feeling a real stressful moment, your hands. And so it's your hands and your thumb. And you do use your thumb in what's known as a walking movement. It's a bending of the thumb up and down. You place your thumb on the palm of your hand and you're walking from your wrist across your finger, going all the way to the base of your fingers. And then you go back. And on the back side of your hand, your fingers are walking just at the same time your thumb is walking. And what this does, it activates all of the nerve endings inside your body. If you're feeling pain, if you're feeling anxious, if you're feeling stressed, just get a habit, get a practice of walking the palm of your hands. Because let me tell you what that is. A real basic example. Everybody knows how to do reflexology and don't know. Everybody has experienced reflexology and don't know that they have. Here's how. If you are a parent, or if you remember back when you were a child and your parent did what's called this little piggy, and they were turning all of the toes because all of the nerve endings to your head are in your fingers and your toes. So when they were turning your toes and you were just so happy and all of a sudden you start calming down and all of that, that's activating the nerve endings to bring calmness, to bring relief. And you could do the same thing on your fingers. Just take your thumb and walk up and down your fingers. Walk the palm of your hand and then start walking your fingers. And don't forget to do one thing with this also. Deep breathe. Take some deep breaths as you're doing this. So in the meantime, you're calming yourself down as the brain is sending endorphins throughout the area of your body to bring about relief.
Well, those all seem so simple and easy, and we can do them literally in any environment without anyone noticing that. Thank you so much for sharing that simple tool that is so powerful. I love the little piggy thing, and you're right. Kids truly react to that in such a positive way. I would have not connected that to actually a therapeutic act. So that's very cool. Thank you. What's hard to believe is that our time's up already. You are just a wealth of information, and we probably could talk for another hour, but I want to thank you for bringing so much clarity, compassion, and practicality to this particular conversation. So many people desperately really need this right now. Your work reminds us that pain is not just something to fight or fix. but something that needs to be listened to. I think that was one of the biggest messages I got and understood and then gently shifted. I'm deeply grateful for the wisdom that you shared and for the hope that you offer to individuals, families, and communities seeking relief. To learn more about Njideka's and her work, you can go to her website, focusonhealing.com. Thank you again, Njideka, for joining us.
Thank you so much for having, and my closing word to everybody is to always remember that the power of touch heals all.
Uh, what a way to start the day, and what a way to end this session. Beautiful. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome to Ancient Yoga Wisdom for Modern Nervous System Healing. I'm honored to welcome Lizzy Hoffman, founder and director of Urban Bliss Yoga. Lizzy's relationship with yoga began long before it really was mainstream. She was introduced to this ancient science by her mother in the late 1960s. I love it. Learning yoga as a lived philosophy, really rooted in presence, nonviolence, and a conscious relationship with the body. Her work invites us back to yoga, not as performance or achievement, but as deeply regulating, restorative practice, one that supports safety, awareness, and embodied healing, both on and off the mat. Welcome to the summit, Lizzy.
I'm so excited. Thank you so much for having me.
Yes, it's great to meet you. I've heard a lot about you, so it's a pleasure to actually meet you in pseudo person, I guess we would say.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful. Yeah.
So, Lizzy, long before neuroscience had language for it, ancient practices like yoga understood that connection between body and mind. What do you think we've forgotten about that relationship in this modern movement culture?
I think that that question is a beautiful question, and I've written a little notes about it because it's super important to have that conversation. It's a necessary conversation because I think that what the modern movement culture has really forgotten or largely forgotten is the word relationship. It's relationship to the body itself, relationship to your environment, relationship to everything around you. Like our ancient wisdom or the ancient practices, we're not separate. We're whole within this whole grand structure, right? There's nothing that separates us from anything. We are all that one thing. And so in these modern practices, I think that the relationship itself, like the body as an object to optimize and to fix or to burn out or to display, right? It, in our practices, we look at it as a living, sensing intelligence that's in constant dialogue with the mind, the body, the breath, and your environment.
I love that. In your experience, when yoga is approached as a tool for regulation rather than an achievement, what changes in how people experience their bodies both on and off the mat?
Well, when we look at yoga as a regulating tool, right, and it's the body shifts from being something to work on and something to listen to. That single change alters how people experience themselves in practice and how they move through the world. So what tends to change on the mat, sensation becomes information, right? It's not a test, it's not a judgment. Instead of asking how deep can I go in this pose or how good do I look in this shape, the question becomes what's happening to me right now. What am I sensing? What am I feeling? That's part of that relationship that I was talking about, right? Breath leads instead of obeys. Your breath is lead, right?
Yeah.
And so it's your breath is no longer forced to match a certain shape. Our breath is a feedback loop, right? So the breath starts to, if the breath shortens, then people start to pause, or if the breath is giving them information, we begin to listen. It's there's a balance. Effort and balance are effort and rest are balanced. There's so many things that happen, and I could talk about it so much. I'm so excited to talk about it. But rest stops being something that's earned after effort.
Okay.
Right? Comparison drops away. Achievement relies on usually achievement relies on external things, right? Achievement relies on external reference points. Regulation draws attention inward, and the room fades, the inner landscape becomes a primary place to be, and people feel less watched and more present. So that would be on the mat. But what about off the mat? Off the mat, the body is trusted as a guide. I think that, in yoga, we talk about a lot of things that it's information, like the gunas are information, all these, the doshas are information, all these things that we're super familiar with in yoga are information. And when we're on a mat, the modern culture doesn't recognize the squirreliness or the irritation or the shortness of breath as information. They'll disassociate from it and just bypass it, instead of learning how to regulate that. And what is the body trying to tell me? And why do I feel squirrely right now? Oh, it reactivity starts to decrease, right? When we understand how we can regulate ourselves. We learn about our own interoceptive qualities that are innate, but because of the culture we live in, we don't listen to our hunger. We don't listen to our thirst. We don't listen to when we want to rest, because all of that is, oh, I'll sleep when I die. How many times have I heard that? I'm like, come on, rest is so necessary. And we are dismissing the signals of the body for this achievement. And where does that lead us? So I think that I've always said to my students and everyone around me is, the body speaks to us through sensation and not through sentences. And so we really need to have, or, we're not talking to somebody like, this is what you have to do. It's innate in us. And when we start to listen and have that relationship with the body, that's what yoga is all about. It's like, how do I want to feel? Not how am I supposed to feel? If a client comes to me in a therapy session, that's the first thing I ask is, so what's going on? How do you want to feel today? And they're just like, I don't know, because they don't know. And
I can relate to that.
Yeah, I'm not being glib about it. It's just because we haven't really anchored ourselves into the felt sense of safety, the felt sense of joy. And these are the things that yoga really wants us to explore, because they're so far apart from us right now.
I agree. And I'm actually that person that you just described. So to build on that a little bit, for people who are used to that fitness-based yoga, what feels most different when they experience a trauma-aware yoga for the first time?
Again, here's somebody that is super, and there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. We're in a society that is super, I got to see it, I got to feel it, I got to achieve this is where I go, I'm goal oriented, my body has to look this way. So we're living in a story tale, right? We're living in this story tale constantly. We're conditioned to do that. But when somebody, and I love fitness, I work out every day, I do, but I approach it in a little bit different way. It's when somebody comes from a super fitness yoga based practice, and somebody is like me is going to teach them something like a trauma informed practice, they're kind of disoriented, because people are like, okay, why isn't she telling me what to do? How come she's not telling me where I should feel it? Or how come why isn't she telling me it's disorienting to somebody like that, to an individual that is used to being told what to do. And in a trauma lens, or in a yoga therapeutic lens, I'm inviting you to feel something, because I have no idea what you're going to feel in that shape. I could suggest, slowness, maybe going a little slower. That might activate someone's irritability, going slower. holding a pose, that also might set some triggers off for somebody. It's not fast enough for me. Well, why can't we slow down a little bit? Is there a reason why we can't? And all of that, it brings up so much more of, I want to do more. I want to hit it harder. I want that no pain, no gain idea. And so it's kind of like, not only is it disorienting, but it's a conflict with a belief system.
Okay.
And it's surprisingly uncomfortable for some people,
I could see that, actually. I would think that it's probably uncomfortable for more people than one might expect. So to continue on that, when you're working with the students and you're helping them redefine success, more as feeling safe, or more as being present, more connected, your thoughts on why this approach matters, not just for the students, but for the teachers as well. This has to be a massive shift for many of the teachers out there, I would think.
Absolutely. I think that I'm a firm believer in healing presence. And so when we come into the therapeutic mindset, or if I can't feel safe and regulated as a facilitator, you're not going to feel regulated and safe as a student or someone, or as a client. It's dysregulating it could be dysregulating for a teacher that has learned how to give super dogmatic directives, as in, and I grew up like that. I was, my teachers were super dogmatic with us. It was like, you have to put this right foot forward, and this is how it is, and your leg goes over your head. But what happens if your body can't do that? That's also dysregulating. That's a bit of shame, right? We start to think my worth was attached to that shape, and I can't do it because I can't get into what they want me to do. And teachers are taught like that all the time. I get it. Granted, in a vinyasa class, we're talking about alignment. We want somebody to be in a shape so that their body is safe. Their bones are stacked on top of each other. They're not feeling wonky. Everything is feeling good in the body. But that teacher might want to start to offer some more directives, such as, if it feels comfortable for you, maybe bring your left hip a little bit further forward. If it feels comfortable for you, how does it feel? How would your hips feel to be comfortable and at ease right now in this shape? Or how can we make our shoulders a little bit more at ease, instead of demanding something from someone? That could be very triggering for someone who has traumatic responses. So it's just the delivery. How can we talk to teachers nowadays about changing, or maybe not even changing, but adding something else to their delivery? All trauma-based practices are going to give you choice, and because all trauma begins from lack of choice, because that person didn't have the choice to either defend themselves or to speak up, or whatever that situation was. And so when we're facilitating something to someone, we really want to be present in the idea of, I need to give this person agency, because that's where the safety begins, right? That felt sense of safety.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Before we shift into some breath work, could you just briefly touch on sequencing, what it is and the importance of it?
Sure, sequencing is super. Now, I love sequencing. Sequencing is super important. It doesn't matter if you're doing a super vigorous vinyasa class, or a restorative practice, or a yin practice, or even if you're just seeing someone one-on-one and you're doing a couple of poses. Titration is super important. little by little could be super important for someone. But sequencing is you want to orient someone in their space so they feel grounded. So that orientation of groundedness, of understanding what's coming next. Transitions are super important. So, if I'm in a room with 50 people, I have no idea if someone has gone through a traumatic experience. So, in general, I want to make things as oriented as possible, as grounding as possible, as so those transitions are going to go right into something else. It's not a surprise. There's no big surprise. So all of these orienting, safety, agency, having that person choose if that shape feels good for them or not. They could opt out.
That makes sense. Thank you for sharing that. I had never heard of sequencing until recently on that very conscious level. When I look back, I've recognized that it was integrated in, but I didn't really look at it from that tangible aspect. So thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome.
Let's shift over a little bit to breath work, because that's integral too. I think the two go hand in hand. How does breath act as a direct pathway to the autonomic nervous system?
Well, and this is a great question too. So breath is unique, right? Because it's both autonomic and it's voluntary.
Okay.
We know that. So most autonomic functions, like your heart rate, your digestion, all those things are not under our conscious control. Right? We're not going to Publix and going, oh, give me a loaf of bread. No, we're not doing that. It's not happening. So we're not even thinking about our breath as we walk through our life. It's an automatic system, and thank God for that, right?
Yeah.
Our heart beating or our blood running through our veins, and it's such an amazing thing, but we don't have to think about it. It's on autopilot, hopefully, right?
Yeah,
And
that would be a good thing.
Yeah, then breathing is generated automatically by the brainstem and can be voluntarily altered by the cortex, right? So I can manipulate my breath if I wanted to, and then I don't have to because it's an innate thing. The dual control, I think this dual control makes a bridge between conscious intention and autonomic regulation. And that's where we play with it in yoga, right? We have this whole this play that we do in yoga. We manipulate the breath. So brainstem, the respiratory centers, the medulla, the pons regulate baseline rhythms, all that stuff. All that stuff is going on. Vagus nerve, especially the ventral vagus complex, is going to regulate or dysregulate. We're going to feel that dysregulation, right? If we're in a ventral state, if we're in dorsal ventral state. Slow rhythmic breathing, particularly with longer exhales, stimulate that parasympathetic response. Working on the heart rate variability. We know those extended exhales, evidence-based practices are also proving to us that those extended exhales are going to help regulate our nervous system, right? Increases parasympathetic tone. Baroreceptors, also chemoreceptors, changes in CO2. So we're not working about oxygen. We're talking about that carbon dioxide.
Yep.
And that's really what's going to be the deal there, right? It's the blood pressure changes during breath cycles. And this is why slow breathing can reduce anxiety in someone, right? Our breath, there's interceptive pathways. Our breath awareness enhances interoception. And we know that. We can feel that. It improves interoception and it supports better regulation and stress relief. In short, changing our breath patterns sends bottom-up signals that shift autonomic states often faster than cognitive strategies. So what my teachers used to say that your pranayama practice is going to work better than you thinking yourself out of the problem.
That's important.
Yeah, because we have a negative bias, right? We have this, we're trying to think our way out of a problem all the time. And if we start doing these bottom-up practices, our whole system calms down. It can. But then again, there's another flip side to that, right? So there's some people that we can't do a lot of breath work with because it could be dysregulating to them.
So yeah, that was my question. Do people react differently to this?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Individuals can react super hypervigilantly if it's a trigger. So we don't push a pranayama practice on someone. It's not the recipe for everybody, right? And so a short bastrika breath or something that's forceful could actually make them a little bit too aroused. So there's state changes that we might want to use, and there's state changes that we might just want to have that person sit and do a somatic exercise instead.
Well, actually, when you said that, that makes a lot of sense to me, where I could see where that could go either way. Would you be open to do a little breath exercise with the audience out there?
Sure. I think I had one. I want to think about so remember, the breath practice is optional. So I always would say to somebody, if that's Willow.
Hey, Willow.
Sorry. A regulation can happen without manipulating. So I always have, if someone's open to having a breath exercise, I'll have someone sit at the tip of the chair with their feet grounded into the floor. I don't like, and this is not only a personal preference, but I won't hold someone's breath. I have no idea what would happen unless you're safe and regulated. I won't do retention breath. I won't do box breathing. I won't do any of those breaths because that could be dysregulating to somebody.
Okay.
And I would have someone sit at the tip of the chair and place their feet firmly on the ground, maybe palms on their thighs, and just start to notice the inhales and the exhales without trying to change it at all. And feeling, trying to have this felt sense of groundedness. Hands on body is a little safety. And just notice the inhales and exhales. And I would also suggest, after a couple of breaths in, if they could notice if there's a pause at the exhale and what happens in that pause, but just continue breath. So it's an observation of breath, the witnessing of your breath without trying to manipulate it at all. That witnessing of breath is actually, for me, one of the most powerful breathing practices in the beginning, because it's agency. I'm trying to give you agency and trying to just observe and be the witness of what your breath feels like in your form. What does it feel like? Where does it go? Does it have a color associated with it? Does it have a texture? Does it stop anywhere? And how does it make you feel? And then I would continue that for a couple of minutes.
Okay.
And I think that is important distinction to make, that always awareness before control, and noticing always perceives changing anything that's going on with you at the moment, because yoga deals with the present moment. It doesn't deal with the past or the future. It's just dealing with what's here now and just looking at it for what it is, and finding love and compassion for that, whatever it is.
That's beautiful. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Lizzy, thank you for bringing us back to the heart of yoga, not as something to achieve, but as a relationship with the body and the nervous system, as you shared with us today. Your work reminds us that healing doesn't come from pushing or perfecting. We do live in that perfecting society a lot, but from listening, pacing, and allowing safety to lead. I'm deeply grateful for the wisdom you shared and for the way that you model what it means to live the practice and not just teach it. So kudos to you.
Yeah.
To learn more about Lizzy and her work and Urban Bliss Yoga, you can go to her website, urbanbliss.com. Thanks again, Lizzy.
Thank you so much for having me.
Glad to have you back for this session on biofield regulation, how energy shapes the nervous system health. Dr. Charnel Wolverton-Sehan will be joining us for this session. She is a naturopath physician and a researcher. Her work explores the biofield, the subtle energetic systems that surround and inform the body, and how coherence in the field influences the stress response, our immunity, and our overall well-being. She helps people understand energy not as something abstract or mystical, but as practical, measurable information that affects daily life, health, and resilience. Welcome, Dr. Charnel.
Hi, so thankful to be here and I appreciate your work. I mean, my goodness, this is such a big thing to put on. For those of you who are watching, I've never done this before. Just trust me, this takes a lot of working things out to make this happen. So kudos to you for all your hard work to bring this amazing information out to the world.
I appreciate that because there is a lot that goes on in the background and there's a lot of intentionality that we put into this to make it move forward. So you really do some unique work that I think a lot of people will talk about and reference, but they don't truly understand a lot of times. So for someone new to the term biofield, or maybe they heard the term, they're unclear about the meaning, can you just explain a little bit about it in practical terms and how it could be relevant to someone's life?
Absolutely. It's my favorite topic. I have a visual if that helps.
Oh,
This is, pardon my artwork, if you even want to call it artwork, but in my book, The Science of Miracles, I talk a lot about how the biofield works. And this is like, pretend you have this invisible realm around you. And the average, I mean, this person is not smiling, but so depending on what your situation is going to reflect what's going on in your field. Everyone has a biofield. The average person's field, some people call them aura, electric belt. I'm sure there's other names for it that I'm not thinking right now. But the average person is about 4 feet. Some people up to 6 feet. And what I found out using David Hawkins' map of consciousness is the higher a person is in consciousness, the further out the field goes, which is kind of interesting. Because if you're familiar with the map of consciousness, 0 or anything under 200 is what they would call, not integrous or not having the best intentions or just not like on the up and up with truth. Anything above 200, which is courage or truth or honesty, is really high. So someone earning the average of 200 is going to have at least a 3-4 foot field. I have tested some people up to like 21 feet, which is amazing. But someone who's lower, really interesting. What I started feeling when I was doing biofeedback, I was noticing like some people's fields were just really convoluted and had a lot of different things going on. And the lower the field, the smaller, the lower on the map, the smaller the field was. And I actually found some people who were like in the 50s or below, and they had not only no field, but they were like inverted. And
really?
we've heard the term energy suckers and that kind of thing. Anyone who's above 200 on the map of consciousness, they're generating their own truth, they're living their life, they're doing their thing. But someone who is lower than 200 literally has to feed off of someone else's field to feel alive, to get any kind of like thought process or life in general, of just to remain in place. And so your field actually is made up of a lot of different things. It's made up of what we're thinking about, what we're talking about, especially what we're feeling. That's a biggie. But then there's also some extra things, like every single cell in our body has a code. Our organs have different codes. So there you can have ancestral codes that are coming out in the DNA. Everything is tracked and monitored, and we all have this, realm. And like I said, some people, and I know you probably know what I'm talking about. Sometimes you could just like see someone on your cell phone calling and you're like, oh no, I'm not picking that up, because you can almost feel the pull, from the phone, and you're like, no, the Debbie Downers of the world or whatever, or the Karens, they're calling it now or something, but then you have the opposite, right? Someone like yourself would be really high, and being around someone like you would just like, you would feel happy and at ease, like it's tangible. Those fields are very transferable, they're very tangible, and that's why we should be very aware about what we're thinking, what we're talking about, and especially what we're feeling, because that will transmit out to the world. And then the actual world has its own field. It's called the Schumann resonance. It's at 7.83. And as we shift as a consciousness, it actually changes the earth. And so there's a collective field, and then there's our field, our personal field. And it's both electronic and it's magnetic, which is why they call it bio. Bio means two. Electric, one. Magnetic, two. And the biggest part of the electric part is the heart, what we're feeling. And I wrote this book because I was working with a lot of patients who were really wanting to get to the next level, whether it was physical health, mental health, or just like miracles, finances, partnership, finding the love of their life. And they'd be like, I feel like, I have this like 1 step forward, 2 step back kind of deal, cancel, clear. Or like you're just on the brink, but then it just doesn't happen kind of deal. And I was like, well, what is that? And you can have like a mismatch. You could be like thinking in your heart, you really, really long for, love, and you want someone. But if your mind is like, yeah, but remember that last guy, he was da 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 da. And remember mom with all the trouble with the different guys, so that code can go out, and so you'll have positives and negatives, and they kind of cancel each other out. And you end up in this kind of, I call it energetic purgatory. So you're just sitting there and you're like, you're not getting really any traction, because you're putting out that you don't want to deal with it, but you're feeling that you do. So you're pulling it in and putting it out. And then if you talk about it with your friends and you're like, hey, remember that guy, blah, blah, blah. And the more you talk about it, that goes into the field, and we can only get what we are. And so that's why social media is a big deal too, because they are weaponizing, screens and social media and TV to get us focused on the next protest or the next whatever, to stay in that fear, to stay in that confusion, to stay in anger, whatever the situation is, to manipulate us to putting it out into the field. And then we keep getting more garbage, because again, whatever a man thinks in his heart, so is he. Even if it's like television or movies or music or video games, your limbic, this is your frontal lobe, and behind that is your limbic system. Your limbic system cannot tell the difference between imagination, fake, or real. It can't tell the difference between me or you. It can't tell the difference between me giving to you or receiving to you. There's no time involved. So if I give something to you, my body registers that as I'm receiving that. And so that's why it feels good to give, right? But in the same token, if you're thinking negative about someone or judging someone or speaking badly about someone, guess what? Your brain registers that as someone's talking about you, or you're talking about yourself in a bad way. And that's not even counting your own negative thoughts about yourself, right? So we have our own things, but then we could be having like word curses and things like that, which, I kind of follow the Bible on a quantum physics level. But it says, whatever you give ear to will be given unto you. Judge and you will be judged. I mean, this is all quantum physics. This isn't like just scripture or some woo-woo Bible thing. This is actually what happens in the field, because we can't get anything more than what we already are. And the more we work on us, the more it adds to the collective. The best thing to do is not try to make other people think this way or do this thing, or, can't you just be like us? Can't you just, whatever? It's like, no, that is a reflection of you. We need to work back on us. And the more we work on us, you will see the changes in other people. So that's kind of in a nutshell what a biofield. I don't know if I really answered it. Probably answered too much, but
No, that was a lot, and honestly, that was super informative. I have to tell you, I related to all of it, and there was it was logical. Um, so I appreciate it, and a lot of what you just talked about, I think, is something that we're hearing a lot about now is the mirroring. People are mirrors, situations are mirrors, that they're all mirrors coming back to us. So it's just being spoken or packaged in a different way than maybe it has been historically, or the way that you've just described it. So that was perfect. So just to slow it down a little bit, some people, they see regulation, they think that it starts in the body all the time, while other people, they notice the changes happening early. In your experience, have you what have you seen that suggests an imbalance that can happen before the physical symptom appears? What's going on before that physical symptom shows up?
so disease or dis-ease starts in the heart and then the mind. And it's like, again, what you're feeling, what you're thinking about. We spend a lot of time and energy, literally, focusing on things that we can't control, things that will never even happen anyway. I have been like the queen overthinker of like the ABCD things of events that could be possibilities that could happen, and the plan for each one, in case those things happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you've ever heard of Neville Goddard, but he talks about out picturing other people, and there's another book, Psycho-Cybernetics. I think that's how you say it, but and he just says, shut down all the fake imaginations, because we will create our worst case scenario. And yes, things do store in the body, especially if we don't flush them out and clear them, because again, you may have a trauma, and these traumas, the way that, I don't know what that's doing, but I'm sorry, the limbic system right here behind the frontal lobe, it's also the librarian of your emotions and your body. And so if you have a trauma or something that happens, the limbic system will defrag a lot of information between like 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. Because we don't need to remember every single thing that we see all day. We're getting so much data, more than any time in history, really. And we don't need it. So we have this thing in the brain called the reticular activating system that basically sorts out like what isn't really important. Like, what color was the lady at the grocery store's shirt when you went there last Wednesday, and what music was playing in the background when you were grocery shopping that day, and what perfume. We're regulating our heart. We're thinking, all these things are going on. Why we're listening, why we're doing things, we're multitasking. That defrags in the middle of the night. What's left over that doesn't defrag, the limbic system says, you know what, I'm going to put that in a body part, and I'm just going to let it sit there for a minute until she's ready to like flush this out, or he is ready to flush this out. Now it could sit there dormant 5 days, 20 days, 10 years, 5 years. I mean, it's until you run into something enough that it keeps hitting that organ. Then you will start to see symptoms. And when you see those symptoms, then what most people are told: go to the doctor, and then the doctor will give you pain medicine to turn that pain off so you don't feel that anymore. Well, we're not really trained. A lot of doctors aren't trained to go, well, what is the cause? It's the root of why you're even having the pain in the first place. I mean, yeah, if it's a car accident or something like that, we know. But if it's emotional or if it's traumatic, then, they're not looking into that. And so we can find where there's been trauma and clear the trauma, so the symptoms actually go away. And biofeedback will do that. And there's a lot of other energy medicine things that do that. Some things tend to stick a little more than others. Like some things could be like, oh, she said something bad at me, blah, I don't care, keep going, and you defrag it, right? You can maybe even defrag it before the 3 a.m., 5 a.m. But if we're not sleeping during 3 to 5 a.m., we won't defrag as much. If we eat before we go to bed, we won't defrag as much because most of the energy is going towards trying to digest. But also if it's something really, really traumatic, or if it's something that happened from an authoritative figure, like a coach or a teacher or your parents or something like that, it can have a little more stick. If it's something that's been repetitively happening, like really bad, or if it's sudden, like you got thrown off, a person got thrown off a horse, or, it may have a little more stick. Those things can stick a little extra. And you can have a combination of those. Like maybe someone attacked someone else and it happened to be a coach and it's the 5th time that it happened, so those have like a triple stick, and the limbic system may not flush it as much. So it may go, I'm just going to put this over here. But yeah, the problem is most of the doctors are just going to give you opiates, or not you, a person, opiates or some other thing, and just send you home and go, yeah, just take this and you'll be better. And they don't do x-rays. They don't, it's like, or they charge you all of that and insurance, and you still go home knowing I don't have a clue what's going on, and they're not fixing it. They're just putting a Band-Aid on it. Like if you take your car to go get your oil changed, if they looked at the light and they were like, yeah, let's just unplug the light and make that noise go away and get on the road and you're fine. You're fine. No, that's not how it works. The body blows up, and so does the car. So getting to the root issues is major.
Okay, so I love this because this is just a flow from our first 2 sessions. Like, you can't make this up, that this is linking up, and the same thing happened yesterday with different topics, so I love it. So right now, we know anxiety is a big issue, and it's just getting more and more and more out there, and I'm reading more research on how, they're linking the immune system and the things that affect the immune system to your more bigger traditional issues that we see in medicine with different cancers. So we'll say it's getting more press. I don't think that it's new research, it's getting more press. So from your perspective, is there a way to start to develop an awareness when you start feeling energetically off before you get to that point of anxiety or burnout or immune issues?
Yeah, I think that awareness, like you said, is key. And to be fair, I don't think the average Joe takes enough time just to be for a minute. We're so bombarded again with scrolling and technology. I mean, there's screens in every room and, in your pocket, and notifications and emails, and so many different ways people can get to us, that I don't always, if I didn't personally schedule time to be off and literally have something on my phone that says like 10 o'clock to 8 in the morning, I can't even use my phone. It blocks it. I do my different practices in the morning just to be quiet and get quiet. I do stuff at night to get, to listen in and tune in. But the average American is working 2 to 3 jobs at a time with kids, and just trying to survive most of the time right now. And so like to get a moment, I mean, isn't always easy, I think it's important to make sure that self-care is really here, because healthcare isn't really healthcare. And if we are not our own advocate and taking care of our own health and being the guardian of this body that is encapsulating our spirit and our soul and all the wonderful things that we are, that no one is like, but you guys watching, you're the only you, and you need to take care of you. You get to take care of you. When we take care of ourselves and take that ownership, and, doctor actually just means teacher. And when's the last time you went to a doctor that actually taught you anything, or made sure that you didn't have to come back because they were given all the information that you could go home and just learn like what to do now for yourself? A lot of these doctors, hey, come back to the chiropractor 3 times a week and come here and do this, blah, blah. It's like this and you're in 10 seconds and you're out, and it's like, you got your 3 scripts and blah, 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 hopefully you're good. See you next Friday, and follow-ups. Like, I have never been like, if I feel better, I'm not going back to just tell them I'm good. It's like, no, I don't need to follow up. I haven't been to the doctor in forever, so I'm probably the wrong person to ask. But I think
Okay.
awareness is awareness. I mean, do you have any practices that you do just to be quiet? Like, what do you do?
Oh, I literally moved to the middle of nowhere on this farm surrounded on 3 sides by federal forests. So I just, even before the summit today, I took care of all the animals and my chores. And what really hit me this morning for some reason, maybe because I was meant to talk about it for this session, is I really never realized how much I enjoy doing that and how good it feels to be out there, regardless of the freezing temperature or the weather. It was like, you know what? I really never realized how much I enjoy this, and it feeds me. So I have made a lot of conscious choices in the last couple of years to take care of myself. So that's extreme, though. I think that for most people, they're not going to do what I've done.
Well, I'm
But
from
you're right.
Montana.
Okay.
Yeah,
But honestly,
originally.
taking 5 minutes for your day, like I lived in major cities the majority of my life, and you can still find a moment or a place that is peaceful to you for 5 minutes, whether you're in an apartment and you're gifted to have a balcony, or you sit on a porch, or you step in your backyard and you have maybe some flowers or something. I think that there's more opportunity than people realize. But I want to go back to the immunity thing because it just has really resonated with me, especially over this past week in doing this summit. Uh, like I said, that there's more research and evidence that's becoming aware that it plays a very significant role in dysregulation and dysfunction to the nervous system. And what role do you think the stress patterns and energy, because like that's your gig and you're very knowledgeable and you understand it on a level most people don't. How does those energetic patterns, that burden, how is that playing into the immune resilience?
Well, stress in general, which everyone has stress. It's a matter of how you manage it, how you manage you. Because I talk to patients all day long and they could tell me, it's a counseling session, ends up being like, they could tell me all their things. And guess what? I could come back and we could play tit for tat, and I got just as much going on, and that's not a brag. I'm just saying life is life. And it's how we manage what we're facing, and not just having this, oh my God, everything is just a thing, and then talking about it and then just making it bigger and just marinating in all of that. Because what happens is cortisol levels will be affected, your adrenals will be affected, and this does change the field. If we have fear vibes, that we just keep getting more stuff that will create more fear, and a person is inviting more fear. The more fear we go out, if we could just get into that pocket of I trust God or your source or whoever, or yourself or your higher self or whatever, and get into some other decrees. I have a whole card deck that talks about like decrees that affect consciousness, and how I can test people before and after they're saying something or thinking something, and literally changes the field, which changes the inside of your body, all your immunity. It regulates things, brings things down just by our words, just by our thoughts, just by our, being. So it affects the gut. It lowers the frequency of the field, and other things lower frequency too, like drinking, chemicals, any kind of recreational drugs. All of those will bring frequency down, which a lot of times people who are in stress are participating in all those things because they don't want to feel. And I know judgment. believe me. But that also brings down the numbers of the field, and it's like a key to your field. Literally, like you've unlocked your field to invite more entities in, to bring more chaos and more situations to that person. So as much as we can regulate stress, whether you need to get out in nature, there's so much code, and just walking in the forest or being by the beach, or, it can literally just cleanse your field. Taking a shower or a bath, magnesium or something like that will clear the field. Put on some meditation music, or read a good book, or laughter, like watch a funny movie that isn't stressing you out. Just laughing can change and regulate your adrenals, your cortisol levels, like, which changes your field. It's just get out of your head. That's a big, big, big thing. And whatever we're thinking does change and regulate the stress. And the stress is what changes all the hormones. And we have all these hormones, and there's disruptors, including thoughts, that disrupt the hormones and dysregulate the hormones, which changes everything. And so you can look under live blood and just talk to blood, or talk to yourself, and I could test and put it in our live blood, and the person looks good. And then they could talk negative about themselves, put live blood under it, and it looks bad, like just by them thinking about it.
So that's interesting. That sort of matches up with Veda Austin's work that she does with the water,
Yeah.
and talking to
Yeah,
the
I've
water
had
and
her
the
on the
different
show
patterns.
several times.
Oh, have
Yeah.
you? Oh man, I'd
Yeah,
love to have her on the happy hour. We'll have to talk about that off camera at some point. So a couple of things with what you just said, and you had mentioned the summit and all that goes on behind it, and I had mentioned we were very intentional about many things. So one of the things that we were super intentional about is the very last session is humor is medicine. And it's very powerful because it ties everything up in that more positive, the importance of laughter kind of way. So I love that you literally just said that. But you've talked about God a few times in this session, and obviously you're talking about the biofield. So I think that you're a good person to ask this question to. In your experience, what tends to change when someone works with both consciousness and biology instead of focusing on one or the other? Because it feels like people have either one foot in one door or one foot in the other door.
Well, there's actually no separation whatsoever. There are people who believe that, and who have created that program, and that's what they believe. And you can't, there's nothing to do. I can't change anyone's belief systems, but consciousness will directly affect biology, and biology affects consciousness. Like, we as Westerners, I think, want to segment everything up and put it all in these little, and medicine does that too. Western medicine is just very like, oh, this is East and that's West, and this is the thyroid, and this is the organ, I don't know, liver or whatever. And we can chop it up. But I say this in my book too. The first line in here is, you can't pee in the pool and hope it doesn't get everywhere. Like, there's no smoking section. Like,
Yeah.
it's going to get, like, whatever you are, it's going to ease out. And you're also going to leak in other people's stuff if you have a match. So if you are lying to yourself, you will collect liars. If you talk shit about people, then you're going to get those people. If you feel bad about yourself, which I've been there, and I felt really, really bad about myself, and I actually, it's too long, but I started just collecting people who treated me bad, and what's also really cool and interesting is I do these group parasite cleanses. And I started out just because I was testing a product, and I asked some people to do it, and we were doing it 3 months, and we did exit questions and before questions. And after several months, we realized, I thought it was all going to be physical. I thought everyone's going to be like, oh yeah, I feel better. I have more energy, sleep better, whatever. We had a lot of people who were like, I got a new job offer. My narcissist boyfriend quit calling. Like, I got some new friends, like those kind of things. And I was trying to think about, like, well, what is it? And mold and parasites in general are very parasitic in energy, and they have their own life and they have their own energy. So number one, it convolutes your field because that sends out another projection, but it also has their own magnet. And so whatever we're putting out, we get, and they happen to be within us. They're sending out that message that basically, hey, this is a good host, cancel clear. And people will only submit to your lowest common denominator. So a lot of people who are like, why am I getting cheaters? Like, I always attract these guys who just cheat. It's like, well, look to see if you have parasites, if you have mold, and look to see if there's anything in your life that you are living a lie in. And it could be maybe you're at a job you're not supposed to be at. Maybe you're not living in the right city. Maybe you are with a guy that you shouldn't be, or partnered in a business with someone you shouldn't be. Like, what area of your life isn't true? Because something is attracting that. And, there's been people who just have one blow after another, and you're like, wow, why do they always get that? It's almost like they're cursed. And it's just like, well, what is it that isn't aligned that's allowing that to happen? Because again, we can only get what we are, and anything that shows up is ours to fix. And some of it can be ancestral. Sometimes there's things going on, and
talk a little more about
DNA,
that.
so our DNA has code, and I can do with biofeedback, we can see the lower the numbers, the longer they've had it. And some of the numbers are so low, we know like this was what they incarnated into. This is what they came here. This is the package that was already there when they got here. So maybe grandma or grandpa lied and cheated, or maybe they were really good and amazing and strong integrity, and you just get all this good things because you started out that way and you just built on it, and you grew up in a great household where integrity was a big thing. But the word integrity actually means integrated. And so when we're integrated with consciousness, with God, whoever, with love, because God is love. Right. And so if God bothers you, just think love, like what's aligned with love, because anything less than love isn't your highest. And when we quote repent, pent is just the penthouse. This is the highest floor right here. And to repent means just think again, get a new thought, get a new program, think about something better, turn around and do something different based on what your thoughts are. And so, I happen to believe that there is a higher power of some kind, someone who I think it's more code or spirit, or I don't know what you call it. But whether who knows what's going on, but something's out there that causes this exchange. And this is the cover. You can kind of see this is, everyone has this Merkaba situation, and we all have this field, and we can beef up the numbers and get more good things and synchronicities and all the wonderful, beautiful things, or we can keep working on ourselves and get rid of parasites and get rid of energetic parasites, and kind of take away the signal, like remove the signal and watch what happens. It's pretty cool.
That is just amazing. The whole parasite thing and the parallels with that was very eye-opening. So if you can talk a little bit about, you mentioned the TVs and the Wi-Fis and the phones and all these electronic things that we're exposed to. How is that affecting everything?
Yeah, a lot of people think that is a myth, and it is absolutely not. I've had patients that their smart meter box is like, close to their bedroom or whatever. I actually had a really bad diagnosis that I was able to reverse. And I work a lot with people with that diagnosis. And I did not know, but my doctor tested me and he said, you're getting a lot of like high voltage energy in the night between like 10 to 8 in the morning. He was like, are you sleeping with your phone? Or do you have like a Wi-Fi box next to your bed or something? And I was like, I don't sleep with my phone, blah, blah, blah. So the next day the power went out in real life in my house. And the guy came and he's like, where's your little box still? And I'm like, I don't know. call my husband, so we found out that literally if this is my headboard, the smart meter was like right behind, and they had just put that, it's not the dialogue, but the digital Wi-Fi one that literally just beams all night, like constantly. And it goes several feet. I mean, it right through the bed. So because of that, I ended up with a pretty bad diagnosis. And again, I was able to reverse that. But I've had people say, you know what, just go sleep in the kitchen for the night and see if you have any difference, or the living room or something. And, headaches go away, regulated systems, the cells, if you look under live blood, you can see the difference. I mean, there's so many things that are science about it that people are like, oh, it's not real. It is so real. And if you go to my website, drcharnel.com, I actually have some really good plugins that cover up to 2,000 square feet. I keep a thing on my cell phone, any major, like my Wi-Fi box and that kind of thing. And I have one of those testers. What do you call the? Probably have it around here somewhere, but where you could test to see like if it's causing that electric thing or not. Well, I thought I just had it actually, but anyway,
No,
it's real.
It is real. I believe it's real. There are a lot of products that you can put out there, and there's different things that you can put on your devices. I have stickers, and I forget what the stone is, little things that I hang. But because just as you said, you can be intentional about not having a TV in the bedroom, sleeping with your phone, maybe out in the main area, the door closed and stuff, but there's still things seeping in that we're unaware of. So it's hard to believe that we have just a few minutes left of this conversation. Obviously, we could probably talk for hours on it. But before we end, can you just touch, you've mentioned it throughout the conversation, a little bit on your bioscans and how you use them?
Yeah, sure. And thank you for having me again. I appreciate that. So with biofeedback, I can do that remote. So if anyone is feeling kind of out of sorts, whether it's mental or like spiritual or physical, or maybe like things just keep happening bad around you and you're just like, why does this keep happening? We do basically get some information from you. We pick up diagnostics. You can get, there's about 25, 30 reports depending on what's going on. But we do look at if EMFs are bothering you, like the pollution of the electronics. We look at your hormones. We look at your brain and your sleep patterns. We look at chiropractic. We look at vitamins. We look at major stressors. We look at emotional trauma, if there's anything stuck there. We look at psychic attack, or if there's cords that need to be cut. Gosh, what do we, there's so many reports. But we can see if there's Lyme or parasites or fungus or mold.
And then what do you do with that information?
Yeah, and we can even look at digestive system, which can affect, depression and immunity issues and that kind of stuff. But once we get the diagnostics, the software will create frequencies to send back to you to already like get you in a better spot. Most people need about 3 scans to really do, depending on what the situation is. 1 scan does a lot, but multiple, we'll just get one every 2 weeks to piggyback on the last one. So we can kind of pick up where we left off, and we just get new reports to see like, okay, this has been crossed off. We don't need that anymore. We can work on this now. And I do a consultation, the first one too, just because if there's anything from a naturopathic point of view that I can look at and say, you know what, you need a vitamin D. If you take a vitamin D, the energies can work on the things that we can't work on, or maybe you need to go to bed early, or, I don't know, get grounded, say a quick prayer. There's things that I will point out that can take some of the work from the frequencies off the little things and work more on the bigger things. But it's really quick and easy. I've worked with people who literally, once they start sending the frequencies, I had a guy whose shoulder was completely out, and he was like, oh my gosh, did you just turn it on? Because I can already feel, like, he texted me with like the next day and he said, did you start? Because my shoulder doesn't hurt anymore. I had my grandmother was hospitalized, and they were doing all these tests and they could not figure out what was wrong. And I said, send me a screenshot. And I started doing all the stuff. She had a UTI infection and she was dehydrated. And I called the doctor and I said, do this, this, and this. And he was like, how do you know? And I'm like, just test it. And it was one of the things they didn't test. And he was like, wow, that's weird. How did you know that all the way in Louisiana and we're in Montana? But I've worked with people in Australia and England and all over. And I thought it was kind of hokey at first. My doctor wanted to try it out on me. And when he did it the first time, like he forgot about it. And then I was like, hey, did you do this? And he's like, oh, I'll get to it. I'm sorry. I just want to test it on you first. Well, I came home from work. I sat down for a minute and like all of a sudden I just felt like really tired. And I was like, ooh, that's weird. And I literally fell asleep sitting up with my eyes closed, like kids coming in and out around 2-3 o'clock, dogs, cats. Like I never sleep during the day. I never can sleep with lights on. And I woke up about 9 and I grabbed my phone to say like, hey, did you do it? And he had texted me at like 5 minutes to that time I fell asleep and said, hey, I'm about to do it. Not everyone like sleeps like that. I did the first 2 times because I had so much to move out.
Yeah. Well, our
But the third,
go ahead.
You got to go. Thank you.
Yeah, like I said, we could talk about this for hours, honestly.
Yes. DrCharnel.com. Come find me. Yes.
I'm going to go right down that path, Dr. Charnel. Thank you for helping us bridge science, energy, lived experience in such a clear, practical way. And you literally did do all of that. Like the information you gave in such a short period of time is amazing. Your insights offer people a new lens for understanding stress, regulation, and resilience. I appreciate your depth and clarity that you brought today. And to learn more about Dr. Charnel and her work, you can go to Dr. Charnel, SHARNAEL.com. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone, for our next session, the front door reset, how your home signals safety. Catherine Troyer is going to explore how the front door acts as an energetic and sensory threshold and how a few simple adjustments can create a more welcoming and supportive sense of safety as you're entering the space. So let's welcome Catherine.
And I want to take us to one of the most important places in your home, as it is considered in a feng shui practice, so that we can start to reset the nervous system from the moment that you enter the space or from the moment that someone else enters your space. So today, for our last day, we are going to be talking about the front door reset and how your home receives energy. So your front door is not just an entrance, it's really an orientation point, right? It's going to tell your nervous system, what kind of world am I stepping into? And every time you come home, your body reads that signal. Now, I do want to make a distinction between your front door and the space that you enter your home most often. So in feng shui, your front door, no matter if you use it or not, is known as the mouth of qi, or the mouth of energy, of life force energy. So it's where new energy is not only finding, but coming into your space, right? To circulate through and keep new energy lifted in your home. So this is something that if you do not use your front door often because you're going in and out of your garage, etc., you still want to make sure that you're acknowledging your front door and opening it several times a week, whether it's to walk the dog, get mail, get packages, or just opening it up and saying, hey, thank you for new energy flowing into my home and my life. So I want to make that delineation between the two spaces. However, because we are talking about the way that your nervous system feels when it walks into your space, if you use a secondary entrance like your garage or a side door or a back door to enter your space most often, you could also apply these to that space. Just know that your front door is always going to be where new energy comes in, and that could be kind of a separate topic for you depending on how you're entering your home most regularly. So just wanted to mention that as a point. So why is your front door nervous system gold? And it is because your nervous system naturally and subconsciously, nervous system is also conscious, right? Maybe I didn't need to say that, but your nervous system tracks thresholds. It tracks transitions, so arrivals, departures. And if that space that you're coming and going from, hopefully your front door, feels chaotic, cluttered, or neglected, your body's never going to fully arrive in that space. And in fact, if you're walking into craziness and clutter every time you come in your home, you're actually causing your nervous system to want to disassociate, to kind of block it off, because your mind is saying, I'm not going to recognize this. I'm just going to keep moving right into my home, into the rest of my night, day, whatever that is. But the problem is, while your mind might say, boop, I can't see it, I don't know what's going on, your body is still registering it. And it's adding to that checklist in your subconscious mind. Clutter here, feels overwhelmed, feels unsafe, feels chaotic as soon as you walk in your home. So especially if you've had a bad day and you're walking into your home and then you're piling that on, just imagine how that's going to affect the rest of your night, right? Your body is kind of staying half outside, right, when you come home, because just you can't handle what's going on in your space, or it's just like an overload, right? And again, this isn't to shame, blame, make you feel bad. This is truly just awareness. We aren't taught about the nervous system of our home, or how our system is affected so much by our environment. So don't take this as a time to shame yourself, or, oh, I knew I should have been doing that. No, You just have a new awareness now, and you can choose to take that new awareness and create it into a tool and a skill that helps your body feel safe and relaxed. So let's just do a quick little front door reset. Okay. So first, we're going to clear the threshold. We're going to remove shoes that aren't worn, excess bags, coats, baskets, whatever it is, things that aren't used regularly. We're going to either donate, get rid of, or relocate to a different area of our home where it belongs. And we're also going to remove anything that is broken or is seen as temporary. In other words, it doesn't need to be in the space. It just got put there for some reason. Because thresholds really, they need clarity, right? You need that clarity, and your nervous system needs that clarity. Step 2 is we are going to create welcome signals, right? So we need to add one element that says someone was conscious of this space, right? And wanted to provide a good feeling when I came in. So one of my favorite things, especially if your body feels like if you don't feel very anchored and you need more grounding, is using an area rug. Maybe that sounds silly or almost obvious, but a lot of people just have like a little mat where you wipe your shoes off. Put a nice rug in there. Get on Amazon. Again, Facebook Marketplace, you can find lots of great deals on stuff. But you're going to want an area rug because that actually for your eyes, and if we're again thinking about our eyes as the portal to our nervous system, that is creating an anchor point, a grounding point right away as soon as you walk in the door for your eyes, which automatically helps your system to just, instead of just quickly moving through, it gives it a point, a subconscious point to ground first. If you want to take this a step further and add the most amount of grounding potential, is you could look at rugs that are in the earth element colors. So think mustards, browns, oranges, colors like that, terracottas, that are going to provide an extra layer of grounding. You could also add a plant here, right? Plants are great for enlivening the space and bringing alive energy. And also, like, it just, again, makes our eyes and system happy when we see a happy little plant or a fresh vase of flowers as soon as we walk in the door. You could also add a soft light. Think again, can you add a lamp here? Can you soften the light, the overhead lights that's there? And instead of like a bright white LED, we can go with an incandescent soft white. This is again something that, oh, this feels calm and like honey, rather than like, I'm in an operating room, right? As soon as I walk in. And then one other idea is that you could add a scent here that is associative of calm for you, or just something that you really love, like a scent you really love, something that's not overpowering, but it's like as soon as you walk in, it's like, I'm in my space, right? Oh, I love the scent. I love the way it smells. Because think about if you are giving your mind and body cues of joy and happiness as soon as you walk in, think about how that's going to shift how you move through the rest of your day, night, etc. in your space. You could do this with a diffuser. You could just simply have like a candle there, that you can smell. Whatever it is for you is wonderful. You could even take it a step further. Maybe you love incense. I personally love incense. I have it everywhere. And maybe you even started a ritual of you walk in the door, and when you walk in, you take your, you ground, taking your bag and things off, and then you light incense when you get home. Oh, it smells so good. It gives you a moment to pause without you having to think about pausing. And it kind of teaches you, it gives you this ritual for, I'm home. I've got a good smell going on. Oh, I love this smell. Okay, I'm ready to move into the rest of my time in my space. Step 3, which we just actually kind of talked about, having a pausing ritual, right? And if having just like a pausing ritual feels weird to you, or just like, Kate, you know what, that's too much for me, I'm not going to do that. Try something like lighting a candle or lighting incense. something that stops you before moving into the rest of your space. But it doesn't have to be woo woo. It doesn't have to be anything like, you don't have to do this long prayer or anything like that. It's just a moment that you are acknowledging of like, hey, I'm going to pause. I'm going to take a breath and I'm going to say, okay, I'm home now. Because this is teaching your nervous system how to transition, not just your mind, right? So having a ritual like lighting a candle, lighting incense, something like that, putting oil in your diffuser, whatever it is going to help do that. Maybe giving you something to do rather than just taking a pause. But, try whichever resonates, or try them all and see what resonates most and most deeply for you. So I just want to take a moment to really remind you that your home isn't asking you to transcend your body. It's actually asking you to inhabit it, right? We didn't decide to come down to earth and be human to constantly trying to ascend, but rather to descend into the body and really be here and be present. That's when our nervous system feels the best. So take this practice, right? Start at your front door, start at the door that you're coming into every day, and be mindful of your front door and allowing new energy in if it's another door that you're coming in and out of regularly. And take these simple practices, play around with them, see what feels most aligned for you. There's no right or wrong way to do this. Again, this is about you learning an awareness that can give you the knowledge and education to start playing around with the energy of your space. You're not going to mess anything up, right? If something feels good or if it doesn't. End of story. And something that feels good to you might not feel as good to someone else, etc. So really, I want to give you permission and to empower you to just take these small, simple strategies that I've given you over the last 3 days and apply them in whatever way feels best to you, and to allow this to be a fun practice. It's playful. Ooh, let's try this. Ooh, I tried that. Didn't like it. I moved this over here. I don't like how that feels. I don't like how that looks. That's totally fine. I'm going to try something else, right? This is about experimenting. And again, you're not going to mess anything up. You're not going to ruin the energy of your home. It's serious, but at the same time, it's not that serious, because the point of this is, again, education, and to actually get you more in touch with your body through the practice of using your home as that anchor point to get you, or maybe not even an anchor point, but almost like a bridge, using your body or using your home as the bridge to working with your body and creating a safe space for you and everyone else in your home to live in, right? Just use these tools as, a practice that can allow you to arrive over and over and over again. So I just want to thank you again for joining me to learn more about the nervous system of your home. Again, if you would like to learn more about myself and home energetics, you can visit my website, myhomeenergetics.com. And that is where you can actually find a download for a free quiz to find out the current state of your home's nervous system and learn more about simple fixes that will help you thrive in that space depending on your results. Thanks again for joining me, and I wish you all the best. Happy home, happy nervous system. Thank you, guys.
Welcome back to this session on your nervous system, what your birth chart reveals. Angela Lundy is joining us for this session. She is an astrologer, a human design and gene keys guide who helps people understand how their energy, timing, and nervous system naturally function. Through her work at The Power of Timing, she weaves these systems together to offer a practical insight into stress patterns, decision-making, and regulation, helping people move with more ease, clarity, and self-trust, rather than focusing on a one-size-fits-all solution. Angela, welcome to the summit. How are you today?
Thank you so much. I am so excited to be here.
Well, I'm going to switch this around a little bit, and you're going to go through your presentation a little, and then I'll jump back on. Does that work for you?
That works perfect. Thank you so much.
Awesome. I have to tell you, your topic is very new to me, and I'm super excited to listen to it. This is one that you're going to have my full attention to.
Sounds so good. Okay, everyone, we're going to start by just a little bit of information about what I'm looking at here. So today we're talking about Mercury in the nervous system. So that is looking at a point in astrology. Astrology was something that didn't really interest me at first because I'm a Gemini. And when I read Gemini things, it was very like flaky and gossipy and things like that. And it just didn't seem to match my personality whatsoever. As I got into human design about 7 or 8 years ago, I fell in love with the system, learned everything about it, started doing human design readings, and human design uses astrology as part of the system. So I started to look a little bit deeper into astrology, and what do you know, my Gemini Sun, my Gemini Mercury, my Gemini Mars all loves astrology so much because there's so much information there. And so I just kept diving deeper and deeper and deeper until now astrology is even more of a love than human design for me, although I love both systems. So why are we looking at Mercury? So in astrology, you have usually about 10 planets that make up your chart. The moment that you were born, those planets are at a certain degree surrounding, we're always looking from the center of the earth, right? And so the moment that you take your first breath, you're kind of programmed in a way. And so now you have this resonance, this frequency that is going to guide your path. It's going to guide how you look, how you speak, your health, how you think. It ties to every single aspect of who you are. It also ties to who you attract, right? When we think of resonance, who you attract into your life. Now, when we move past the sun sign really shows us your purpose, that kind of core essence that you came to bring through, because that's the sun. When we think about the sun in the sky, that's what feeds our bodies, our earth, everything like that. The sun in your chart kind of feeds you. But then we have these really important other planets, your moon, your emotional regulation. And then when we look at Mercury rules the brain, the communication, how you think, how you regulate your nervous system, right? So anything that the brain rules is gonna rule how your body does that automatic response. Okay, so this little system here, this little picture behind is what Mercury is going to look like in your birth chart. Anybody that doesn't know, you can pull your birth chart. A lot of people do astro.com. I really like astroseek.com. But once you pull your birth chart, you will see your little Mercury symbol. And so things that we're going to really pay attention to is going to be the elements, earth, air, fire, and water today. So we'll see what element your Mercury is in. That gives us a lot of information. So I am going to see, Connie, if I can shift it myself. Okay, I got it. Okay, so Mercury rules the brain, and that houses your sympathetic fight or flight, parasympathetic rest and repair systems, right? So when we're looking at Mercury, we're taking that into account, but also since we're talking about nervous system regulation and different ways to help, we're going to look at the different things that where your Mercury is placed is going to have a bigger impact on what stresses you more, and then how to utilize some tools. So we're going to start with water signs. So if we pulled up our chart and we looked at Mercury and we saw that it was either in Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio, you have a water sign Mercury. Stressors are going to be emotional overload. Anytime we think about water element, we think about it pouring down through, and it can fit into a glass, or it can fit between the little cracks, but it doesn't have a container. Everything around it, it's this container. So we think about water as being a little bit leaky to other people's energy. And a lot of times when I'm doing readings, people always say, is this bad? There is no bad in the chart. It's just the more information that you have is going to help you to better understand yourself, how to take care of yourself, how to mitigate for things that can be stressful. And then environmental toxins are really can be really stimulating to a water sign Mercury. So we're being more careful about filtering our water, making sure that we're eating, toxic-free foods, which is good for everybody, but especially somebody that has a Mercury in water. My son has a Pisces Mercury. And he definitely, I have to make sure that he's doing lymph massages. He doesn't like to drink a lot of water. So I'm always pushing, make sure you drink water. And then making sure that he loves his favorite thing. So something good for a water sign Mercury is baths. So he loves, he's 12 years old, and I buy him bath bombs, trying to get non-toxic essential oil bath bombs and things like that. But he loves his moment in the bathtub still, 12-year-old boy. He's always loved baths. When he gets in the shower, he loves a good music and shower. And it's almost like he's just singing out all of that energy. We're also going to make sure with anybody that has Mercury and water sign that we're really filtering and working with our somatic, energetic, emotional response, right? So we store a lot of emotions when you have a lot of water in your chart, especially in Mercury. And so it can be even more beneficial for you. And when you have your health, when you're thinking about health and regulating, to make sure that those emotions are being released from the body. Some other things that I saw could be really good is a cranial sacral therapy, which is really beautiful for anybody, but especially a water sign Mercury. Womb or pelvic steaming. If you're a woman, it's definitely important to get those trapped emotions out of there. Rocking, swaying, dancing, and then a float tank would be really, really beneficial. Also emotional processing, crying, doing that inner child work. EMDR is really great therapy for people that have a water sign Mercury. And then always journaling is great for a lot of signs, but especially a water and Mercury. So we're going to move into our next slide is going to be the earth signs. So this is if you have a Taurus Mercury, a Virgo Mercury, or a Capricorn Mercury. So again, we're looking at the chart. We're finding where your little Mercury guy with the little ears, looks like a little person. That's your center of communication. So with earth signs stressors, and this always makes me laugh because I am a air. I'm a Gemini Mercury. And I love change and I love stimulation and I love to do things differently all the time. And my husband has a Mercury in Capricorn and he loves routine. And if he gets his routine off, he just loses it. So chaos and unpredictability, too many options, and then disrupted routines can be very stressful for earth signs. So Connie, you do have Mercury in Virgo. So you're an earth Virgo, but Mercury in Virgo is going to be a lot better at flipping at thinking about different things because it's ruled by Mercury than somebody with like a Taurus or a Capricorn Mercury. That one really, these people love that predictability, and they can sometimes have a hard time flipping where their thought process is going. So when you have an earth sign, making sure to do some sort of physical grounding. So barefoot walking, gardening. Oh my gosh, my husband, my mom, I just don't know so many Mercuries in like Capricorn is definitely an earth base, but even a Taurus loves to garden. Like that really feels like it grounds them and helps them kind of do some sort of task, get their hands in the dirt, but it just helps with their nervous system so much. Weight bearing exercise is always really good. Even if you do find that you have a hard time sleeping or anything like that, maybe like a weighted blanket, massage, things like that. Making sure with regular meal timing, that's going to be very grounding and nervous system friendly. And then having those morning and evening routines is really going to help with stresses in earth signs. And if you do have to, like travel or do something that does stress you out a little bit because you can't do your routine, just finding little places that you can do it. When you do have it in Virgo, that's going to be even more journaling, making sure that you have that checklist. Virgos can be the most, they need that, that I'm always getting better. I'm always perfecting. They can be over perfecting. And so having that checklist where you can check things off or writing things down or taking a moment throughout the day and maybe giving yourself a pat on the back for how much you've accomplished. Earth signs accomplish a lot, and they also have the hardest time seeing how much they accomplish because they're always pushing to do more and do more and do more. So especially with Virgos, but also Capricorn loves to accomplish a lot. I'm always giving my clients, hey, let's see what you did today. Let's see how much you accomplished because it's wild. I had this gal that's like a stellium in Virgo, and she built her own preschool in her home, does preschool every day, wrote 2 books, started a podcast, started a group around the area, does her blog every week. And she always was just like, I'm not doing enough. I don't know enough, like this. I'm just like, look at what you've accomplished. It's wild. So that is earth signs, but especially we're talking about that Mercury in the earth signs. We are going to move into fire signs. Okay, so fire signs are going to be Aries, Sagittarius, and Leo. So if you have your Mercury in this sign, in one of those fire signs, we're really going to talk to you. So stressors, so fire signs, anybody that has a lot of fire in general, but especially Mercury, you need to move. And so if you're sitting around all day, you can get into a lot of like frustration or even depression or all of the different things. The fire sign needs movement the most, right? Like either movement of ideas, but more movement of the body is going to really help keep you healthy. My son has Mercury in Sagittarius. He's an athlete. If he doesn't get to a practice or something every day, he can take one day of rest maybe, but you could just tell that he can't think right. He's like agitated. He needs that physical burning of energy, especially Sagittarius running or moving in that way. Leo, they love to really share stories and things like that. So that can be really healthy for a Mercury and Leo, but still going to need that movement throughout the day. And then Aries needs even more. So a doctor that I worked with had an Aries Mercury, and he had to like marathon train. Otherwise, his brain would just get overwhelming with the thoughts and the not doing enough. And so he would run every single morning. no matter what. And that really was helpful for him. Martial arts training for an Aries, some sort of combat or something like that can be helpful as well. But even if you just wanted to, walk, and then you can have your intention, rebounding is really good. Strength training, somatic shaking could be really good. Qigong, that's got a lot of movement in it. Dance, especially Sagittarius and Leo love to dance. Not that Aries can't. And then just having some sort of higher purpose for the mind is going to be really helpful for air sign or for fire signs, especially Sagittarius. They love to reach and be having like that vision kind of work for that. Air signs. Okay, so air signs. This is where Mercury really loves to be an air sign because it's thinking, and air is like everywhere, and you can go as broad as you want. You can go as far as you want. It loves to be in air signs, but that also means that there's no boundary. And if it goes too far, we have a lot of anxiety in air signs. So I have a Gemini Mercury, and I have to do a lot of work with staying grounded and staying in the moment. I can't do like silent meditation as well because of the overthinking that can come up. So I found that doing more of a mindfulness practice where I'm in this moment and I'm naming things, or I'm feeling my feet, things like that, are a lot better for air signs that have a hard time kind of silencing the mind. They're also a lot more sensitive to EMFs, to that electromagnetic, any kind of dirty electromagnetics in the field. But then you're also very susceptible to being like helped out. So I wear this little frequency device, and it seems to work really, really well for me to do like a calming or a focus or some sort of, it sends out a little signal. My husband has a Earth Mercury, and he doesn't seem to notice a difference, but that Earth is so much like a more grounded processing that it doesn't seem to race into the next thing as fast as like an air sign. So I definitely noticed that little electromagnetic help a lot more than maybe some other signs. Let's see. So we talked about the EMFs, the electronic exposure, information overload, overthinking. Breath work is really great for air signs in general, but definitely Mercury and air sign. So I named some of those, like the alternative nostril breathing, extended exhale breathing. Sensory is really great too. So I'll put an essential oil on if I need. I'll listen to, I love chanting. So that's something that's really good for air signs, is doing that chanting like a mantra. Om mani padme om, like it's one of my favorite that if my mind is racing, I'm overstimulated, I'll say it either silently to myself or out loud, and that really helps. And that's also helping that vagal nerve. So, humming, any of that. And all of these can be helpful for everyone, but we're just tapping into what your nervous system needs the most and what can go out of balance with this. So I did pull a couple of charts just so I could give examples. So whenever we're looking at astrology, it is so nuanced and nothing happens in a bubble, right? So for instance, I'm giving you the instances of just that bubble air sign Mercury, right? But then we can we can color, like let's say we're coloring with like and now I won't know my colors, but let's say white and red, and now we have pink, right? So we've blended those two colors together. That's how the planets can be too. So when they interact, we can have a blending of these things. And so, but I like Ryan Reynolds when I talk about Mercury or mental health or anything like that, because if anybody's listened to him speak in the past, he talks a lot about mental health, about his struggles with anxiety. And so when we look at his chart, that Mercury, which is it's in the sign of Libra, and that's yellow, so that's going to be an air sign. And we can just see it, the little guy with little poking out antennas is what I always think of. But his Mercury is in an air sign, so that's going to be a lot of overthinking, right? And we can look to get more information, what rules that. It's in a fire sign. So we're kind of adding that layer of, okay, overthinking, overstimulated. Now we've got inflammation, overthinking. So maybe moving our body, but also journaling, speaking. I think he does a lot of talk therapy, is helpful for him. And maybe even, if I was his therapist or something like that, naming things when he gets overstimulated, talking through it, maybe even doing some chanting, I think would be wonderful for him. He's got a lot of Scorpio as well. And so he's got planets in Sagittarius, Scorpio, and Libra. This is fire, water, and air. The water is the most intense water. It's that scorpionic. Scorpio can be very intense as well. Whereas Moon, that emotional safety, his Mercury, that forward movement, that how do I meet the world? How do I deal with like anger and things like that? So he's got a lot of stimulation there, but he's missing an element. So that's something else we're looking at when we're looking at the nervous system in the chart. Are you missing something? Is there something that you have none of? And so he doesn't have any earth in his chart. And so when you're missing an element, you also want to bring some of that in. So some of that grounding, stabilization. The interesting thing with him is he married Blake Lively, who has a stellium. She has so many planets in Virgo. And Virgo is going to help him feel grounded, right? She's going to make sure the tasks are done, the kids are in order, those things are done. So it's interesting that we can sometimes pull in. I have no earth in my chart. My husband has a lot of earth, right? That's a grounding force when you don't have any earth in your chart. Okay, Tony Robbins is another one. I thought it was interesting. I thought I was going to find a fire Mercury because he's, I've been to a Tony Robbins thing before and he, burned the bridges and he's like so intense. But his Mercury is in Pisces. It's in water. So the interesting thing about Tony Robbins, though, is he's always teaching you how to change your state, right? So he's doing the snapping or doing the stand in your power or doing the different things to change your state. And so he studied a lot about emotions and how to change your emotions, right? How to flip the switch very quickly. And so I'm sure that he was very bogged down by the emotions of himself and other people growing up. And when he figured out how to change his state and figure out how to regulate this, it was, I'm sure, very, very helpful for him. Now, he does have that Mercury tied to Jupiter and Sagittarius, which is a lot more what I thought. Jupiter and Sagittarius is that big personality and that booming, let's do this, let's do that, like that fiery. So there is a tie there, but I imagine that he got very good at figuring out emotional regulation for himself and for others because of that Mercury in Pisces. And interesting, I just thought about this, is he was eating a lot of fish and he actually had mercury toxicity really, really bad and had to do like a lot of chelation therapies and things like that. So that being even more sensitive to toxins with having that Pisces. Okay, my last chart, and then I'll go to questions here. Okay, so Henry David Thoreau. So I was trying to find, I thought I would find a Mercury in Earth for him, right? So he was this writer, this naturalist, loved the outdoors, brought all this awareness to the outdoors. And then he has Mercury in Gemini, which is the sign of a writer, right? Speaking, writing, sharing. Mercury loves to get information out there. Now, I did find, Saturn is the planet of Earth. It literally, it's got that little, it looks like a cross and then the sweeping sign. And so it's like, so it's almost the upside down of Jupiter. So when Jupiter, it feels like, just let it all run down. Saturn is like, oh, I have to do all the hard work to bring that Earth energy to heaven, right? What do I have to do on Earth to get my reward? And it's usually hard stuff, right? But it's also very grounded. And so he does have a lot of Saturn. He's got some of that Taurus energy in there. So a lot of Earth energy tied to his Mercury. So he used that platform of being able to write and share about the things that he loved through his Mercury. So I thought that was an interesting one. And then, I think I put that in Cancer, but it's actually, yep, that last degree. Oh no, it is in water. Yeah. So he's got that Venus in Mercury, or in in Gemini, and then Cancer. Yeah, Mother Earth, loving. Sorry, I got off track there. But yes, he has a stellium in Cancer. So he brought forth that caring for the Earth, brought it through his Mercurial Gemini, Venus, and then all of that Earth energy there. Okay. I think that was it for slides. I know I flew through that, so I'm very excited to see what questions and things we can go over.
Well, that was really fascinating. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yeah.
Perfect. That was really fascinating. So that was all very new to me. Now, you mentioned the astrology was part of human design.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about the human design and how that's connected?
Yeah, so I love human design. If anybody hasn't looked into it, you can quickly go to like Jovial, or just type in, free human design chart. It pulls your chart. And so when I see a human design, I actually have. So when I see one of these, each and every one of these centers actually have a connecting force, right? So when I look at somebody's human design, I really see almost like a circuit system, right?
Okay.
So when I see that circuit system, almost like an electrical, like what's connected, what's not. So the human design system, it combines the Chinese I Ching, which is a very ancient system that's been around for thousands and thousands of years. It also combines the Hindu chakra system. So when we looked back at these are connected to those chakras, right? And then it combines the Kabbalah tree of life, and it takes, and then it's like, how does it combine these things though? It takes the astrological. So when I look at this, see, each and every one of these are tied to astrology. And so that moment is where I get the gates, right?
Oh, okay.
So it's very interesting. So not that I don't love, I love anything that works, right?
Well, it doesn't have value if it doesn't have meaning and it doesn't work.
Exactly. So that's why I loved human design, because it worked. It worked for me better. It helped me better understand my responses, how I respond to the world, I always call it like the manual, like how does my body function, right? And then when I took it out, I did an experiment where I was on this podcasting group, and I said, okay, I'll do a free reading for anybody that'll come on my podcast I had 100 people I'd never met because I'd been playing with it for years. I'd taken classes, but I wanted to do somebody I'd never met.
Okay.
I did probably 75, 80 readings in 2 months. Every single person said, I don't know how you know all of this about me. Every single person, just from walking through straightforward. So that was when I was like, okay, this works. This works so much. But it was it was hard for me to wrap my mind around, because there was a guy, which I can't remember what his real name is, but he called himself Ra Uruhu. And he downloaded the system in the 80s. He had the voice came through him, and he downloaded this system. And so I thought, I don't know. But what was downloaded was how to combine these ancient systems that have been used forever in a new way. And so that's when I really kind of got behind that human design. But it talks about your auric field. So like Kate that just spoke before, she's a manifester. And I love Kate so much. I'm so sensitive to manifestors because you don't know where they're going. And so every time I have a conversation with Kate, I'm like bouncing, ready to like, okay, where are you taking me? Where are you taking me with your energy?
I love it.
Yeah. And then we have, like the generators that generate this this energy within them, and they have this warm enveloping aura, and they can just work and work and work. And if you're a generator, if you're passionate about something, you can work from the time you wake up and till the time you go to bed. And then we have the sensitive projectors, who are so good and so quick, but they need breaks, they need rest, they need to be invited. And so, just these little nuances that just help you understand your body better, the way that you function best. I love human design.
So it's amazing to me, as you were talking about it, that they are all very ancient pieces of technology.
Yeah. And the thing is when I learned human design and I learned astrology, I am a person that when I learn something and I learn the why, I just go do it. I'm like, let's do it. I have a strong why. It would drive me crazy that people couldn't shift or couldn't do this or like that. And when I learned astrology and human design, and I was able to see my family, my children, work, even at work, like people I work with, I understand how they work, how their Mercury works, how they think. I understand what their goal is. They're more emotional, or they're more, thinking in different ways. And I can just like love and appreciate everyone so much. Like it just blows my mind how much more like accepting I am of everybody now.
Well, I was going to say it helps you make sense, and it takes the personalization out of it, even though you still have those relationships. So even when you were going through the slide deck with the birth chart and you mentioned that piece about me, I thought, that's spot on.
Yeah.
So it was sort of just fascinating in that little bit, like, because we've never met.
Yeah.
You had asked me for my birth information to look at the chart, and I thought, well, she knows something about me that's spot on without even really knowing me. So
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty beautiful. That was nice.
Yeah, you do. I mean, you have 3 planets in Virgo. So when I pulled it up at first, I was like, well, of course she's, putting together these summits and organizing and helping, like, of course, like that's I always try to have a Virgo in my life because they can get so much done and they're so organized and they know the details and they're, like all the things that just feels heavy and hard and too much for me. Virgos are like, let's do this. Let's get organized. But also I would imagine that you do a lot and maybe you always think that you're not doing enough or,
Well, when you talked about the lady with the childcare and all of that, that resonated with me. Yes. So I would say that your guess is pretty spot on.
Yeah.
Again, just looking at that. So we come in with these designs, and it's really all a matter of how we leverage it and what we do with it. So I would guess the gift in this and working with someone like you is the more you have an understanding of sort of what your influences are and what those gifts are without your strong points, so to speak,
Yeah.
it makes life a little easier because you know sort of where to go and not go. The other thing that struck me was when you talked about your husband, how we get attracted to people who actually compliment us. The same thing with Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively.
Yeah.
And so does that feel like it's just an energetic match, or there's some kind of magnetic pull for that to happen versus, gosh, what a coincidence that is?
Yeah. So when we look at synastry charts, there's usually quite a few elements that either you're missing and you need, but you also have to have elements that you match with. And so you have some sort of resonance of like understanding each other, right? So that's what makes it really good. And the earth in my husband's chart drives me crazy, right? I'm like, let's go, let's go, let's go. Like speed up. Why does it take you so long? I have a hard time not cutting him off when he's talking because he's slowly thinking through. He's got that Capricorn Mercury. He wants to think each piece through. And I'm like, I already jumped to the end. And I really missed a step or two. But it does. It helps to slow me down and it helps to ground me. And then we have things that match, right? We both have some air placements where we do like, to think about things in that more air way, or that we can. But yes, it is an energetic match that we're always drawing those people, and you can feel it when you have people that square, a lot of squares.
Mm-hmm.
So there's these energetic trines that they feel nice, right? And then they have squares where you just, especially if you have a Mercury that squares somebody else's Mercury, you just can't match up how you like conversate or but if you have somebody that has something that flows, then all of a sudden it's easier. But yeah, it's almost everybody has a resonance, and you're always attracting things that either you need to kind of break patterns, or something that when it's just nice, and you have that thing that you're attracting that just kind of helps you feel seen, heard, understood.
That's awesome. Angela, thank you for offering really such a clear and unique way to understand how our nervous systems are individually wired. Your work reminds us that regulation doesn't have to be forced or generic. It really is very personalized, it's intuitive, and it's aligned with who we already are.
Yeah.
I appreciate the insight and the practical clarity that you shared today. So to learn more about Angela and her work, you can go to her website, thepoweroftiming.com. I love that. Thanks again, Angela.
Thank you so much. I hope that everybody can take this and learn a little bit about themselves or the people they love.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Today we come to part 3 of Sarah Saxby's 3-part series, When the Nervous System No Longer Needs Managing. Over the last 2 days, Sarah has shared her lived experience moving through dysregulation and the collapse. Today's session brings that arc to a close, exploring what begins to emerge when the nervous system no longer needs to be fixed, controlled, or constantly managed. Welcome, Sarah.
Of the Soul Rehab Project. And this is day 3 of the summit. And I'm very pleased to be here and to have been a part of this. So thank you all for being here. And as I had mentioned before, my story over the last 3 days is one of evolution. I'm sharing my experience of how I arrived at a state of presence where my nervous system is regulated by default. And day 1, I spoke of my situation, bracing myself for the bottom to drop out in my life at all times. Yesterday, day 2, I spoke about actually leaving everything that caused the misalignment of my life and arriving at a state of presence. And today I would like to talk about what it's like to exist in a state of presence, how I realized this is where I'm speaking from, and what it's like to be here, what it's like to live in a state of stillness. It might not be what you think, because I know for myself, I thought that it would be some magical place where nothing ever happens and it's wonderful and there's no stress, and that's not true. But I will tell you that no matter what goes on internally, it's still. And I'm going to explain that. So one of the things that happened, well, for starters, I realized that once I calibrated and I faced all of my lies and my betrayal, and I sat in that void for long enough, and the script, the prison, the illusion, whatever you want to call it, wouldn't take me back, no matter how hard I tried. So I sat in that void. I sat in that fire rather than be able to grip on to something like I always have in the past for security. I sat there and I calibrated and I came out the other side very still internally, but you don't automatically know. It's kind of like somebody blindfolded you, spun you around, drove you somewhere and kicked you out of the car and you had to figure out where you were. That's how I felt. But one thing that I noticed is that I no longer reached for outside guidance because it didn't feel like it was doing anything. It didn't feel like it mattered. So I had a spiritual teacher my entire life. And nothing she said felt like it made any sense. And I no longer felt like I needed to meditate because I already felt like the state you try to reach during meditation I was living in. That's how it felt. I stopped praying. And I was like, wow, that's weird. But I stopped praying because, and I always loved talking to like guides, spirits and things, but I was like, they're all here. Everything is here right now. Who am I talking to? They're here. It's all here. It exists right now. And another thing that happened was I had a friend tell me that she went on vacation, just her and her 17-year-old son, for a week. And I was like, this is how I figure this out. And so when she was telling me, I said, well, what did you guys do all day? And she said, well, I don't know, went to the beach and I don't know, got food. And using my new math, I said, well, that's 3 hours. What did you do for the rest of the 12 hours or whatever? She was like, huh? And I said, there's time that's unaccounted for. What did you do the whole time? This was a week, 7 days. I mean, even if you rode bikes, okay, that's an hour. You went to this restaurant, that's an hour. Like there's time unaccounted for. And I would do this to people. I did this to more than just my friend. It was like would ask people what they were doing their entire day, because what they said they didn't add up in my head. There was too much time left. No, what did you do that whole time? And I realized nobody could answer that question. And I realized that it was two different frameworks. It was almost like I was speaking a different language. I wasn't really asking, tell me physically what you did the entire time. What I was asking was, what maintained your consciousness for the entire day? From the time you woke up to the time you went to sleep, what maintained your awareness? And the truth is, the entire time is not that you're spending, that, using my friend as an example, the entire time there wasn't awareness. There was awareness maybe at the beach. There was awareness maybe riding bikes. But all the other time around that was sleeping. Your awareness isn't on. And the thing that I noticed was that my awareness was on from the moment I woke up to the moment I went to sleep. It's even on when I'm sleeping. Because that's a whole nother issue. That was a whole nother thing, trying to actually fall asleep because my awareness was on the whole time. My body doesn't know that just because it's dark and quiet, it's time to go to sleep, because it's always quiet when you're experiencing every single minute as deep, lush, and continuous. And that's what I'm doing now. Every minute of my day, there's no gray space where my awareness goes to sleep, where it goes back to sleep. Every minute is spent, I call it deep, lush, and continuous. Every minute. And so I'm looking at people going, no. What are you doing the whole time? And the truth is, most of our days are spent asleep with a few flickers of awareness. And after the work that I did, after the work I did on myself, after I faced my misalignment, and I faced being in the void, and I stayed in that void, I stayed in that fire, and I faced my fear, I came out the other side, sure, disoriented, wondering what's happening. But the one constant was that internally there's a stillness. And there wasn't anything that anyone could help me with. Because my inner knowing, my inner authority is what's guiding me now. And everything I reached for is here. It's all here with me right now. And I want to be clear that I know I'm speaking from a place of presence. And I did the work to get here. I'm now living in alignment because I'm no longer going into a job I had to, pretend I liked. I'm no longer in relationships where I have to shrink myself or pretend to be something I'm not. Because of that, I woke up in pure presence. But I do want to say that even though I'm speaking from a place of presence, I still have all the range of emotions. There's still an intensity. I'm still feeling everything. There's just no swing. There's no crash. There's no come down. Regardless of what I'm doing, I could be on a roller coaster. I could be at a beach. I could be sitting in my living room. There's a constant. It's continuous. So I can feel the excitement of being on a roller coaster. I could feel the beauty of being at a beach, and I can be in my living room. Still, it all feels the same. I still cry. I still laugh. I still enjoy things. But what's constant is the stillness and the fact that my awareness never goes to sleep. It's on all the time. I spoke recently about vacation And I got a lot of interesting comments because it was people who are still using vacations to escape their misalignment, the life that they built that is not aligned. So vacationing is one of those things that you escape to get away from the pressure of your life, from the resistance, because typically when you're on vacation, it's, I'm going to check my baggage at the door, and I'm just going to enjoy and not have to worry about anything for a week or whatever the time frame is. And I had said that once I reached this state of presence, one thing that I noticed was that it didn't matter where I was physically. And I'm sitting here looking at snow right now. And if somebody said to me, well, I'll give you an option for free. You can go work on a beach somewhere, or you can stay here in the snow. And I realized for the first time in my life, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter. And I spent the majority of my life, like most people, saying, wow, I'd so much rather be on a beach. I'd so much rather be able to just wear a tank top and shorts and flip-flops. But now it doesn't matter. I wouldn't feel any different whether I was on a beach or in the snow, whether it was raining. It doesn't matter. Internally, there's a calmness that doesn't change because of where I'm at, because of what I'm reading, because of what I'm listening to, because of what someone's telling me to do. It's always still, with all the range of emotions, all the intensity. It's not that there's no stress, there's no pressure. Nothing outside looks different. I don't look different. It's internal. Everything is already here with me right now. So it makes no sense to change my location. If I do want to go see something, it'll be because I really want to go experience something. Maybe I'll go visit some beautiful location and see how I feel when I'm there. It'll be exciting. Like what does presence feel like in other locations? But it will be because I feel like doing it right now. It's not going to be because I feel like it's going to make me feel better. It's not going to. It doesn't matter. I came to a place where I realized that I was living a life of misalignment. My nervous system was doing exactly what it was supposed to do. It was telling me your life is not aligned. And regardless of the things that I did to try to come back into alignment, I was still living the same exact life. My life looked exactly the same. And I realized that until I uprooted those things that were causing the misalignment in the first place, I was going to be on an endless path of decorating the walls of my prison. So whatever it was inside of me that said, you're no longer going to abandon yourself, you need to be true to who you are. And I realized what I have done to myself over the years and how I betrayed myself and how I abandoned myself and how I lied and shrunk myself to fit into places I should have never been. It was all by design. It was all perfect. But it wasn't until I faced those things and started living a life that was more aligned with who I am, who I truly am. And I'm not going to say it was easy, but everybody's different. My experience doesn't mean that that's going to be your experience. The difficulty, the crying in a fetal position, the begging, the screaming, the tears, I mean, to get me to where I am, I wouldn't trade a thing. And now I'm living in a place where it's not structured. It's very open. I feel every day. I feel, what do I want to do today? What do I want to speak on? Maybe it's nothing. But I no longer live with a secure floor. It doesn't exist anymore. And I'm still here and I'm still okay. I feel everything. But at the core, it's solid, it's still, it's continuous, and it's lush. It's deep. And I feel every minute. But that's because I can look in the mirror and say, I'm no longer betraying myself. I'm no longer shrinking. So again, I really, really appreciate the summit. I appreciate being a part of it and amongst so many people who are truly dedicating their lives to helping people. And I hope my story helps. It helps orient you, helps give you some sort of direction or orientation. And I appreciate being here. So thanks, everyone.
Wow. That was really powerful. As we close this 3-part series, we are reminded that regulation isn't something to achieve. It's something that unfolds with when the effort falls away and truly the safety is restored. Sarah, honestly, thank you so much for your honesty, your courage, and willingness to share this journey so openly, including the parts that are rarely spoken. To learn more about Sarah, you can go to her website, Strategies for Happiness, or you can follow her on her podcast, The Soul Rehab Project. Thanks again, Sarah. Welcome and glad to have you here for Purpose as Medicine, Building the Nervous System Resilience. Julie is going to be joining us today, and we are going to be talking about purpose as medicine. So, welcome to the show, Julie.
Thank you so much for having
I'm
me.
sorry, it's day 3 of the summit. I think I'm doing the podcast. Sorry. Well, welcome back to the summit. How are you?
I'm doing great. It is really an honor to be here. And I have to tell you, I've been listening since the summit began to a number of the things that, the different sessions that are there. And it's an honor to be part of such an amazing array of people here.
Well, I appreciate that. We were very intentional in really bringing a variety while trying to keep the thread of the nervous system regulation to provide just so many different options. Because as you know, there's certainly not one way to do things. So let's get started. Julie, as we're talking about purpose as medicine, let's start with hope.
Hope is there. Yes, and hope is a huge thing, and hope sometimes takes courage to have to be able to move forward. But even before talking about that, I want to start with thinking about just the summit, the whole concept of building nervous system resilience. What does that mean? We think of this as meaning putting ourselves back into a place of alignment. And we know what we're talking about when we talk about our nervous systems, but what do we mean when we talk about resilience? And I find this actually pretty fascinating because we think about resilience as the ability to bounce back, like a rubber band. But if you take the word resilience and you pull it apart, and then silience. What does silience actually mean? Well, the definition of silience is the unnoticed excellence, the hidden talents and the superpowers that we all let go unnoticed. So when we talk about resilience, we're really talking about bringing back to the surface or an awareness of what we already possess. And what's been so incredible about all the different speakers is, like you and I know, there's more than one path to the top of the mountain. And each person that I've listened to speak offers a different path and a different way to do that. But we're all trying to get to the same thing. We're trying to get to that salience, to those superpowers that every single one of us have at the base. And that brings us to the concept of hope, as you said, to know that that hope is there. And it brings us to medicine. And what is medicine? Each person that I've heard speak on through this summit offers a different form of medicine. Medicine, I've worked with numerous Native American tribes, and medicine to them is not pills and you follow this treatment and that treatment. Even for the Navajo, medicine means to walk in beauty. Well, that's kind of resilience, getting back into touch with our superpowers, our inner selves, and who we really are, which is why each person who's spoken, medicine as sound, medicine through breath, medicine through astrology, these are all things that all lead to the same thing. And I think it's just so wonderful that you're even presenting this in this way, because anybody who's out there listening has that opportunity to say, oh, I resonate with this, or I resonate with that, and this makes sense, and I'm learning things, and I keep learning things. I've had a blast just even listening. So it's which has been a whole lot of fun.
I agree. It's interesting that you say that, because I myself have had a few aha moments or things that I didn't know, just like the salience. I was unaware of that. As we were talking about yesterday's summit, and there were so many different things, what came up was everyone may not have resonated with all of them, but you resonated with at least one of them.
Well, and that's what's so wonderful about this, because we each need to shine brighter and we each need to move forward. forward. And it's helpful to have the support, the inspiration, and the encouragement, and to find your own path. Having spent over 40 years studying Jungian psychology, I always love the quote, if the path before you is clear, you're probably on somebody else's. And that's our finding our own way forward, that's past worn out beliefs, worn out systems, that just goes forward, which is why I'm an unconventional strategist. I work at helping people have their dreams take flights. And the problem is so many people go, I'm doing everything right, and I'm following this and I'm following that, and I don't understand why I'm stuck. And with a crazy background that I have that is very unconventional and has been in all different fields, from science to psychology to business to the arts, what I found is that the people who succeed in achieving their goals follow unconventional pathways. There are certain things that they all have in common, but they don't have time for worn out beliefs. They have a vision and they move forward on their vision. And this is part of what I put in my book, The Extraordinary Power of Fireflies, where I talk about not only what I've done, but I provide 20 examples of individuals around the world in all different fields who are doing things to make the world a better place and move forward. And when I say that, make the world a better place, it goes down to each individual. When you are happy and when you feel like you know your purpose, that's the power. When you feel good, you're changing the world. When you feel good, you work with others and you make them feel good. And then together that changes the world. And then they work with others. And this is how we spread this around. And
Absolutely. And Julie, you brought up a good point with your unconventional background. I didn't give you a proper introduction. Explain to people a little bit about your background, if you might.
I have worked in everything from international politics, national politics, science, environmental conservation, the arts, from the theater to film to television. And I now work as a coach, showing other people, because people will say, how did you do that? You didn't have the right background to do this and this and this. And these are all the things that we let limit us and hold us in one place. And because I didn't want to be, I can do it, so you could do it. This is why I keep pointing out other people to go, okay, this is just the way I did it. You don't have to follow me. It's not a one size fits all. Here's somebody else who did it in a different way. And here's somebody else who did it in an even different way. And to give the inspiration and the encouragement to say, it's your turn to find your way.
Yeah, I love your work, and you do have a very unique path, and we're going to get through some of this. Unique, yeah, unconventional and unique, and I love unconventional. That speaks to me. So we're going to dive into this a little more. But I think a lot of people get purpose and performance confused, Julie. How do you help someone tell the difference between life that's meaningful and life that's demanding? Because
you just used the perfect word. You said life that's meaningful. And I separate these between purpose, knowing your purpose, and then knowing what gives your life meaning. I have an exercise that I often do with people in workshops, that if you're up for it.
I love exercise. I think that, that's one of the takeaways people have had over the last 3 days, is a lot of the speakers have offered some exercises and tools. So you take it away.
Okay. So if you have a pencil, a pen, a piece of paper, that's going to be really useful and helpful. And if you don't, that's okay too. Just try to kind of keep in your mind what your answers are, because I start with saying we need to begin for that medicine to remember our purpose, and that is our medicine. So to center us to start, I want everyone just to take a minute and to take a breath and just breathe in and hold it for 2 counts and then breathe out. And why is the breath so important? There have been speakers on this summit who have talked about doing breath work and talked about the importance of breath. I go down to the importance of breath because as a scientist, we hear, oh, you can live without food, but you can't live without water. And I go, you can live without both of those, but you got to be breathing. And we don't stop enough to think about the importance of breath. Not only connects us with our inner self, it connects us to everybody else and every living thing that is here on the planet. So we start with breath. So that was for everybody who's watching. And now this one's going to be for me to join you. So we're going to take one more breath in and hold it for 2 and then release it. And that's kind of how we become present in the moment to be here now. And now I'm going to ask you a question. Who are you? And I want you to jot down the first thing that comes to your mind. Who are you? Don't think about it too much. Just put it down. And now I'm going to ask you a second question. Who are you? And this time your answer has to be different than the first time. Who are you? And now I'm going to ask you a third time. Who are you? Now describe who you are in a different term than you've used already. And by now you're probably beginning to get frustrated, but I'm going to ask you again and go through the same thing again. Who are you? This is the 4th time. This is your 4th try. Who are you, to be able to explain who you are in different terms than the beginning. And then your final question is, who are you? And when we do this, I always say, oh my gosh, this is crazy. Who am I? And this is how it works. Usually we go, oh, who are you? And we start at this level of who you are professionally. I'm a lawyer. I'm a coach. I'm an artist. I'm a this. I'm a that. And how you identify yourself in the world. And then I ask again, who are you? And it usually comes, oh, how we identify. I'm a woman. I'm a man. I'm Latino. I'm Asian. I'm how you identify. Then we get down to the next layer. Who are you? Oh my gosh, is this woman going to stop asking this question? But then it becomes who we are in relationship to others. I'm a sister. I'm a mother. I'm a brother. I'm a daughter. And how we identify in that way. And then I ask again, and you go, my gosh, she's really got to be nuts. And then you start identifying who you are in terms of your traits. I'm kind, I'm sweet, I'm courageous, I'm fierce, I'm, whatever. And then I ask the final time and you go, my God, this is it. I've had it. I'm a human being. And now we're actually getting somewhere, because who you are at your core is you are a being of light. And whoever you are and wherever you're listening from, you are a being of light. You are here because you are special. And you are here with a purpose of shining that light as bright as possible. And to do that through love. What is the word? The word is love. It gets down to love. And we are light. And what is light? Light is energy. And your light may respond to breath work. It may respond to sound work. It may respond to anything. But what's important is that you know that you are light. And look at all those layers we had to go through to get to that. And that's what happens in our society and on our daily basis. We forget who we are. We're so busy being mothers and lawyers and doing this and doing that we forget that we are beings of light and our purpose is to shine brighter. And that, if you can remember, because life is messy, things go up and down. If you can remember that, you always get to the medicine of knowing, okay, I'm a being of light. Now that we're all naked and we're just beings of light here, as you start putting on these layers again, clothing, I start with your resilience. You are this being of light and you're here with these superpowers. What are your superpowers? And it amazes me how many people don't know what they are, because people go, "Oh, you're so great at writing and you're so great at speaking." And you go, that's nothing. How can I be great at that? It's not hard. We have this misconception that to move forward and to do the things we want to do, it has to be hard. And these are your superpowers. And we know they're your superpowers because they're so easy. Life is supposed to flow. Yes, there are things that happen, but you have things that are basic and that are always true. You're always being a light, and you always carry your superpowers around with you. Now, as we build up, here's where we run into issues, because we all carry trauma. Everyone, we all carry childhood trauma. And if you didn't carry childhood trauma, you're probably carrying the guilt around that I should have had childhood trauma, and I don't. But we've all had these things that have misinformed us. They've told us we're too tall, we're too short, we're not good enough, that we'll never make it, that we've had these experiences that bring up fear and anxiety. And when we have different things happen in the world, we go, oh, I can't do that. This is going back to our original traumas. It becomes important to know what those traumas are and the energy and the emotions that they invoke. But here's the first pivot that needs to take place. Too many times we allow our traumas to lead us and to make the decisions for us. I can't do that because I'm not going to make it. I can't try because I'm too scared. I can't. So we need to take those traumas. And personally, I don't think that you ever get over them. They become part of who we are. And, in Jungian psychology, we call them, this is your shadow. But these are the things that help make us shine even brighter. They're the things that help create and decide who we are. So we want to take that trauma and we want to not have it lead us. We want to have it inform us, which is to carry it by the side, which means when you're scared and you're going back to that younger version of yourself and freaking out, going, oh my God, and I'm angry and I'm hurt and I'm this and that, you go, wait a minute, I see you and I recognize you and I'm acknowledging how that feels, but we're not going to let that lead us forward. I'm going to let that inform me. And together, we're going to cultivate that courage to keep moving forward. We use trauma too often as an excuse. Of course, I can't do that. I'm not good enough. And we prepare everything that this is the way that it's supposed to go. I was told to get this degree and I was told to do this, and this is how to do my business plan. I've done everything right, and it's not working. So this must be, we take this as a sign from the universe to say, you're just not meant to do what you think you want to do. And this is, when we find that thing, and this is that separation of what gives your life meaning. I want to do blank, but then we come up with all the excuses that we can't because we're allowing trauma to inform us. We're allowing our insecurities to take over, and we do everything that everybody says that we're supposed to do, and it doesn't work. So we go, obviously, the universe is saying, I'm not meant to accomplish this. And what that does is it validates your trauma. See, we told you, you're not good enough. You can't do this and you can't do that. So the real key and the work is to be able to take your medicine and get back to the basics and say, I am a being of light. I am worthy. I am deserving. And all of these things have happened, and it's scary and okay, and I acknowledge that, but I'm going to let that inform me. And I always tell people, if it's not working the way that you want it to work, then what the universe is telling you to do is pivot and open a new door. There's always a different way to the top of the mountain.
Well, I loved how you weave that all together. And the importance is the awareness is you may want it, but if it's not working, it's time to pivot. And a lot of times it takes us maybe a couple hot minutes to get that realization. So I'm going to jump on that a little bit. So a lot of your work is built on storytelling. And
Yes.
you did write one of the most amazing books, and we'll get into some of those stories, I'm sure, in this. But when we feel triggered, you know, often we're not reacting to actually what happened. We're reacting to the stories that we told ourselves about that, right?
Yeah,
So what
exactly.
helps you notice when you're in the story before it became your truth? Because the stories we tell ourselves and the truth, there tends to be a bit of a disconnect that creates us
Yes.
problems.
Yes. There's a meditation I actually teach that starts with, the world is what you think it is. So what story are you going to tell yourself? And if you want a better future, you got to start telling a better story, and not, only allowing it to inform you the way that you want it to inform you. And like I said, we've all got trauma in our background, but let me give you an example of how that changed. And some of the work that people have done. And, like I said, I've written about all of these people who've done things in different ways. And these people continue to inspire me every day.
I bet.
They do the medicine. They know who they are at their core, their light. But what gives their life meaning can change. So an example of this, one of the women that I wrote about is Rita. Rita was born in Uganda. And when she was no more than 6 or 7 years old, military guerrillas came into her village. And she and her sister watched her parents being murdered right in front of them. I mean, you just go, well, this is something you're never going to get over. No, it's not a matter of getting over. It's something that's going to help define you for the rest of your life, but you're going to carry it to the side. Rita, at 7, was taken into the guerrilla camp. Was treated basically as a slave. She ran errands and she did whatever she was told to do. But there was a woman in the camp who knew what Rita's future was going to look like, and that of her sister, if she stayed. And she helped to arrange, which was incredibly brave, and that's her own story. She managed to arrange for Rita and her sister to escape with an older woman, and together they walked from Uganda to Kenya, and they found their way to a refugee camp. So there's your story, and you go, oh, all right, happily ever after? Of course not, because that's not how real life works. So they're there, and you've got this pain, and you don't know what to do with it. And Rita tried a lot of different things, and she found a certain solace in connecting with yoga. It brought her back to her purpose. I am a being of light. In yoga, we always say what namaste, but we never think about what that means. And in Sanskrit, namaste actually means the light in me recognizes the light in you. So there's that medicine, back to my purpose. I get it. I'm light. So Rita started working with yoga. She became a yoga instructor. And she said, if I can find a way back to my medicine, my purpose as light, I'm going to share this with other people in the refugee camp. And she began teaching yoga to hundreds of other refugees. And she did this actually for many years and was very good at it. And she still does it, but not full-time all the time. She taught other people how to do this as well. Here's your purpose. Here's your medicine. Okay, now what gives my life meaning for Rita was sharing this with all of the other refugees, and for those that found their purpose, their medicine with that too. Now, what gave her life meaning began to change. I've done this. This is great, but I think I want to try something else. And so she pivoted with the same purpose, a being of light to shine as bright as she can. And she became an entrepreneur. She started businesses that would help the people in her community and work with some of the refugees to give them a different future. She also works on social justice issues. Now, Rita is what I call a firefly, which is the book that I wrote, Fireflies, because fireflies, if you've ever seen a firefly dance across a field as the sun is setting, you know the magic that they bring. And that's a reminder that we each have that light inside of us that becomes our medicine. And that's how we tap into the magic. And then we find what gives our life meaning, and we can pivot. It doesn't have to be one thing for you throughout your whole life. Maybe it is, but if it's not, that's okay too. And that's the concept, that we're each here on a unique path, and each one of us has a unique light to shine, and the world is waiting for us to get off of the sidelines and to jump onto the path and to illuminate a pathway for others to build up their own confidence, to go, if this person could, so can I can shine my light brighter too.
That is just, it's such a powerful story. I love it. And if you've ever been to a refugee camp, they're not the most touchy-feely places to be. So that even adds a little bit more to that story. But I want to ask you, why do you think our minds tend to rush to assign meaning, and especially negative meaning, when we sit in silence, or we watch facial expressions, or we're just in a situation of uncertainty? Why that direction?
I think that goes back to that childhood trauma. And
Okay.
we have, from the time that we're born, when you see a baby is very clear cut. I'm happy, I'm sad, I'm hungry. Why do we love being around children? Because they remember to play. And my gosh, we get so serious as we get older. We take ourselves too seriously. But part of this is the result of being what I call enculturated. It's
Mhm.
not just family. We're told by our community what's acceptable, what's not acceptable, what you should do, what you shouldn't do, which is why I love the term unconventional, because we have so many worn out systems and worn out beliefs of what you can or should do, and how that works. And it's time to move past them. It's a concept I call, it's rising in those spaces in between. And that's, to me, what being unconventional truly is. It's not that you're rebelling against anything. It's not that you're radical or that you're fighting. And you just go, this is the path that needs to move forward. And I don't care that this is how other people are doing it. This is how I need to do it. I dropped out of school when I was 14 years old. And it wasn't because I hated school, but it wasn't because I hated learning. I wanted to learn, and I
Right.
didn't feel like I was learning anything. And I found my way into university. And at the time that I did that, that was unheard of. You couldn't be in high school and attend college. But I called the provost and dean of the university on the carpet, and I said, you say that you're here as a higher institution of learning, and I'm here to tell you that I want to learn. So you're going to open your doors to me, or aren't you? I know that, and at the time I couldn't get college credit. And it's like, then give me high school credit, but let me come to a place where I can feel that I can learn. Now, I wasn't fighting. I wasn't rebellious. I just said, here's the path. And I found a nice enough provost who said, okay, she's kind of put me on the carpet. I've talked the talk. I got to walk the walk. And they help make arrangements for me. Now, think about this. As we have more and more people in the world that begin to follow their conscious, their dreams, their desires, and moving past this is what you should be doing, what was unconventional becomes conventional. and we begin to do a paradigm shift and things begin to change. Today, years later, if when I tell this story to someone who's 18, they say, "Oh, I've got lots of friends who graduated from high school and they've all got associate's degrees already. They've been attending college, nothing." Well, that's because it wasn't just me that did this. There were other beings of light, that had the same thing and the same concept and the same experiences. And like I said, as more people begin to do this, the unconventional becomes conventional. And it's a different way to move. What did they say? The most dangerous phrase in our language is, well, we do this because this is the way we've always done that. It's something that we should be asking ourselves all the time. There are so many people that I see that are held back because they go, "I don't have a degree," or "I want to do this, but I have the wrong degree." There's always something, and we allow this to feed into our subconscious. And unfortunately, we allow it to guide us. When we can go through all those layers, who am I? Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? I am a being of light, and I am worthy and deserving of happiness and of shining my light brighter.
Beautiful. You're changing the world one event at a time. So once you realize that you're living inside a false, outdated story, what's the next step? How do you update that story in a way that's honest, self-respecting, and actually changes your behavior?
The next step is to build your superpowers. I also encourage everyone to know what your code of values are. And it's not enough to say, "Oh, I want to be honest and I want to be kind and I want to be transparent." Da, da, da. You have to define what that means. I could say honesty is really important to me, but I'm going to tell you that there are times that kindness for me will trump honesty. If I have a 4-year-old that is showing up in front of me with makeup all over their face and feather boas coming everywhere and saying, "Do I look gorgeous?" You know what? I'm going to lie and I'm going to say, "You bet you look gorgeous."
Great example.
Because, what does that mean and what are our boundaries so that we know how we're going to move forward? There are examples of people who go, "What, I just wanted to do this, so I sold my soul and I said it was okay to." It's not okay, but it's not okay, and you'll never find yourself in that position where your integrity is compromised, where you're being asked to do something that you don't believe in. You'll never find yourself in that position if you know what your code of values are and you can define them, because that gives you your boundaries. Then, as you figure out this is what gives your life meaning, start looking at what makes you happy. In our society, we are so busy being serious and concerned that we forget that we should be playing. We forget to say we're here to be happy. When I work with groups, I often encourage people, whether they've got a business, an organization, whatever it is they're trying to do, make sure what you're doing is multi-generational. And I can't stress that enough in terms of how important that is, because between the ages of 30 and 45, we've got that seriousness of this is what we need to do and how we need to go. Once you pass 45 to 50, you're kind of going, "Oh my gosh, I'm going to start looking at things in a different fashion. And I'm going to remember to play, and I'm going to remember not to take this stuff so seriously." And when you have the kids that are younger and you've got that 10-year-old going, "I'm bored. Can we do something fun?" You've got the full balance to try to meld it together to help move things forward. But how do you find what gives your life meaning? Your next step is to sit down and to say, to think about what you enjoy, what makes you want to get out of bed in the morning. And a lot of times this is allowing yourself to fantasize, to use your imagination. And it amazes me when I say to people, "What makes you happy?" And how many people go, "Well, I don't know." Adults, "I haven't thought about that in a long time." You know what? Go ask a 5-year-old what makes them happy. And they'll be I like cars. I like chocolate chip ice cream. I like this television show. I like to go play outside. What makes you happy? And I ask rooms of adults this all the time. And how many people can't answer that? I had an amazing experience working with 15-year-old boys who were all considered troublemakers and sent away. And they all carried a chip on their shoulder. And I asked them after the second day, because everybody was carrying around that trauma and everything that goes with that. And I stopped them and I said, what makes you happy? If your fairy godmother could show up at your door tomorrow and say, here it is, your wish is my command. Tell me what you want and I'll give it to you. What would you ask for? And what's interesting, 15, 16-year-old boys, and I'm expecting every one of them to say, oh, I'd be a famous disc jockey and I'd have, millions of dollars in the bank and I'd have this kind of car and whatever. And they stared at me with blank faces. And the first thing that one of them said to me is, you know what? Nobody's asked me that. No one has ever asked me what makes me happy.
Wow.
And we stop asking once they're little kids. Oh, you're an adult now. We do. The happiness has nothing to do with anything. Nobody asked them. And over the next couple of days, these kids came back to me one at a time, and they gave me things that they thought about. This makes me happy. And this is what was fascinating. 16 years old, one of the boys came up and he said, you know what makes me happy? Sunday mornings when I'm at home, my dad and I make pancakes for the family. And another kid came up and said, you know what? I take the dog sometimes for long walks in the woods. And I realize when I can do that, when the sun is setting just at the right time, that makes me happy. We don't take time to think about what makes us happy. And the truth is that happiness happens in the moments. One of the things that I think is so crazy, we set these goals constantly. I have to do this and I have to accomplish this, and I'm going to make it to the top of the mountain, and I'm going to be a successful entrepreneur. I'm going to be an artist. I'm going to be whatever. And we do it. And I always tell clients and groups that I'm coaching with, spend some time, watch some of these talk shows on TV and listen to the celebrities that they talk to and how many times they'll say to them, they'll tell stories and they'll tell you the stories of everything that went wrong. And they'll go back to your own life and think about anything that you accomplished. Oh my gosh, we finally did blank. This was great. So you think, okay, I'm done. That's it. We sit on the top of the mountain. We're there. But what do we do when we've accomplished a goal that we want? We pat ourselves on the back for about 30 seconds. And those that have climbed with us, we sit around and we share stories, but we don't share the stories of, oh, do you remember when this happened right or that happened right? We share the stories of everything that went wrong and we laugh about it. And this is what you see celebrities do when they're talking on talk shows. And this is what we do once we've accomplished our goals. When those things happen, they're devastating. And you want to climb under a rock or under the covers and never come out, and things are never going to be the same again. But when you pick yourself up and you keep going on in the future, when you've accomplished what you want, you laugh at them. And those become some of the moments along the way that were the most beneficial, that were the most special. And then, of course, we're human and we go, what's my purpose? My purpose is to shine my light as bright as I can. I need to find new meaning. And we go, oh, there's another mountain way over there. Let's go start all over again. And we start with this whole thing of we become through the imposter syndrome all over. I don't have the right degree, and I don't have the right education. And I don't have the anything. That's kind of, to me, how you know you're starting on the right path. And we go through the same thing over and over again. So I believe that it's time. The world is going through a quantum shift, and we need to be doing that as well. And we need to reframe how we're working and what we're doing. When you know what you want to do and here's your dream, instead of stressing all along the way until we make it to where we want to be, we need to go, you know what? I'm really confused. and I'm not sure the right direction to go in. I'm not sure the right path to take. And that's where I usually tell clients, that's how you know you're learning and you're growing and you're moving forward. But we need to embrace that and to know it's okay not to know. It's okay to fail. You only truly fail if you give up and you stop trying. And it's okay to have like major screw ups. I want to live in a world where we can all be very authentic and honest. So I'm the first person when someone will say, "Oh, and how was your last month?" Boy, if things haven't worked out the way I want, I'm going to say, you know what? I made a couple of really big mistakes. And it's amazing how when you do that, it provides permission for everybody else to say what's going on in their lives. We live under these social constraints of, oh, everything is lovely and I'm doing this and I'm doing that and things are so successful. Let's move out of that way and let's talk about what's really going on, because that's how we get down to the light in me sees the light of you. I'm getting ready to try this whole new thing and I'm terrified. I'm ready to, embark on this, and it may work and it may not work, or we tried this and it didn't work. And every time you do something that doesn't work and you pick yourself up and try it again, you're not starting at the beginning. You're starting at a place with more knowledge, more wisdom, and to move forward. And, I have to be honest with you, in writing the book, there were the people that I wanted to talk to, and I wanted to talk about failures. And there's some really big failures that are like behind the scenes stories that I wanted to share from people who are very well known. Because I said, this would really resonate with a lot of people. And these are people who are successful enough and actually noteworthy and known enough that you'd go, wow, well, if they can fail and do this, so can I. But it amazed me, no matter how much they accomplished, that insecurity was still there. And they said, oh no, Julie, you cannot write about this. I would be just mortified if you let people know that this is what happened. And you go, but you come across so confident. I dealt with one person who, well-known, very wealthy. You go, well, they should have everything, right? Yeah. What don't they have? They don't have the confidence to be able to say, this was a big mistake. You can't go public with this. So part of the lesson there is no matter who you are, where you are, we're all dealing with the same insecurities. We're all dealing with the same fears and the same anxieties. I actually ended up, because I didn't want to upset anybody and bring anything to the forefront that they didn't want, I actually wrote about me. And one of the bigger mistakes that I made, I worked for many years with zoos and aquariums. And working as the director of the National Aquarium in Washington, D.C., I had this brilliant idea. I want to be the first person to introduce kids who are visually impaired to aquatic animals. No one's ever done this before. I'm going to make a name for myself. This is going to be great. And I spent 9 months working with scientists and psychologists and PhDs to design the perfect program for kids who are visually impaired. And I had everything set up, and the day came where I invited a school to come and to pilot the program for me. 9 months of work, here we are, ready to go. And I was told by all of these PhDs that, yes, they say visually impaired, but 98% of these children have a certain amount of sight. So you can use things like flashlights to show them in the insides of aquariums, and you can do this and you can do that. When I tell you these kids showed up, they were 100% visually impaired, 100% blind. This whole program took about 7 minutes before everything fell to pieces, and there was screaming and there were things breaking, and it was like, this is crazy. It's like, it's time to call time of death. I brought everyone into an auditorium area, and I stopped, and I mean, this was an absolute fiasco. And I realized I had dealt with all of these PhDs and psychologists, this and that, and I forgot to talk to my target audience. I forgot to go to the kids. So I stood up and I apologized. It was one of the major flub ups that I had done to date. I had done lots since. But I said, you know what? I have to apologize. There were things I was told, oh, let's have sound come through the aquarium so it sounds like there's waves and the kids will feel that they're at the beach. And the kids go, we're blind, but we're not dumb. We know we're not at the beach. And that really kind of throws us off balance. Okay. I need to know from you guys what would be fun, what isn't fun. And I asked them, I said, would you be willing to work with me and let's design a program together? Something that you're going to learn from, you're going to feel really good about. It's going to be fun, and that other kids in the same situation can also benefit from too. And we started from the beginning. But think about this. I did everything that I was told to do.
Right.
And it didn't work.
Wow, that's powerful. And I love you being transparent, because a lot of times you get a lot more from the what didn't work. So the people who weren't comfortable sharing that really took an opportunity away from people.
Yeah.
So it's hard to believe, but we're getting short on our time. And I do have one topic I want to talk to you about.
Sure.
Because I think it's really crucial right now. And I think that you're going to shine some beautiful firefly light on this. So there's clearly a lot going on in the world, right? People on all sides are rebelling against action ideology in many countries around the world. Others are observing. They're unclear what action to take with their concerns or their outrage, like they just don't know what to do. And you feel like you have said that the world doesn't need more anger-based activism in your work. It needs more leaders and lighthouses.
Yeah.
I think it's really important for you to talk about that, because one is fueled by fear and the other is fueled by clarity. So we have about 10 minutes left, but just because we are just in the heat of so many things and so many people struggling right now, I wanted to touch on this, and I thought you are the absolute perfect person.
Thank you. And I really appreciate that, because you just hit on something that's where a lot of my focus is, and with coaching clients and with people. Now is our time to gather. Now is our time to shine. And I always tell people, and I've worked in politics. People don't understand that I worked in politics during a time where everybody kind of worked together. And that doesn't happen. We've got this huge chasm right now. And you can have the person fighting on this side and the person fighting on this side. We need to be fireflies. We need to be the ones that are rising, and the spaces in between. While politics are taking place, while the world is changing, geopolitics, the issues remain the same. And while everyone is busy fighting and arguing with each other, we still deal with homelessness. We're dealing with immigration. We're dealing with, and the way the world is changing too in terms of climate, we have to start looking in terms of immigration that we can all one day be migrants. This is not, so we need to do our own paradigm shift to say that we need to look at the world differently. The United Nations, about 10 years ago, developed, they're called 17 Sustainable Goals. And I want to truly encourage everybody just to get on the United Nations website and go and look at what those 17 sustainable goals are, because it's something that I think every single person can resonate with. You can fight and scream and go, oh my gosh, I can't believe this is there, but they're there. Poverty, we need to be addressing poverty. We need to be addressing gender equality. We need to be addressing sustainability in our cities, looking at land issues, looking at water issues, looking at social justice. In my book, I actually separate things where we've got social justice issues, we've got environmental issues, we've got economical issues. It all is intertwined. Now we're talking about resilience here, that salience. I work through a thing of consilience, which is where you use all of these different avenues to help inform you. But these are all the things that need to be done. And I'm actually right now in the process, in addition to coaching and working with fireflies who say, I want to do something and I want to do something differently. How do we do this? We do this by creating a community. And the firefly connection, here we go. And we've got a firefly collective to say, we need to be working on the issues. Believe it or not, I work, in terms of environmental issues, I work with a lot of people who don't believe in climate change. We don't talk about that. We talk about, do you want clean air? Do you want, do you want to be healthy? Do you want these are all the things we can agree on, because as we start rising in the spaces between, we start making connections and we start illuminating pathways for other people to stand on there too. Now is not the time to be frightened. We all have our meltdown moments and go, holy moly. But I want to remind everybody who may be listening to this that every single one of us is here on purpose at this time. We chose to be here, and we chose to be here because we've got something to do. We each have a light to shine, and it has to shine brighter. And no matter how you choose to do that in terms of meaning, we're here to go through this whole quantum paradigm shift together. A lot of the things that are breaking down when we go, oh, this is terrible in terms of our education system, it's terrible in terms of our healthcare system. It is terrible what's happening, but there's an opportunity here to change things, to say, what do we stop looking at what is? Here's my definition of a firefly. A firefly is someone who looks beyond what is and beyond the reality. That's a Rita who's looking beyond that there are gorillas that have taken over her homeland, beyond what's happening, beyond what's taking place. And instead of screaming and yelling, we start thinking about what could be. Instead of screaming about our education system is falling apart, what would you like it to be? Our health system doesn't work and it's broken. Where's our humanity? Where are we saying we need to bring people in? We'll stop screaming about what's not happening and start thinking about what it can be. And I think the reason why I started the whole Firefly Collective as a movement is to say, I don't know how to solve homelessness. I know about the environment, but I don't know how to solve homelessness. I don't know how to do this and that. There are people who do. And there are people sitting there, and hopefully some of you watching this, who have ideas. And even if you don't have ideas, when you start walking the walk and taking action, you start thinking, oh, well, why aren't we doing this? One of the fireflies I wrote about worked as a registered nurse. She was the head nurse of a hospital. And she said, oh, I can't get over what we're doing in terms of healthcare. And I can't, but she focused on, I can't believe that we are throwing away all of these good things. When a patient goes into a room and if they don't use everything, whether it's surgical dressing, it's Band-Aids or whatever, it's still packaged. It's still good, but it has to be thrown away. Mm-hmm. How much of this is being thrown away? So she went to the CEO of the hospital and said, would you allow me to recycle it? Within, I think it was less than a year, she had 2,000 pounds of items. What do you do with that? Well, then she looked around because this part was kind of new to her. And she said, well, there are all these missions, we can give things to people where we are. But there are all these missions around the world, but they're all religious and they make people believe one thing or another. What if we just became a humanitarian mission? And let's go and share the bounty that we have here with places all over the world. And that's what she began to do. This became Partners for World Health. They do an absolutely amazing job. And I'm always floored at how transparent they are with all of their finances. Because one of the things I teach too, if you're playing with an organization, go look at where they're spending their money. and they're just out there. They're upfront with everything. But that's just one way. Then there's, Molly Bedingfield, who right now is working with Global Angels, and she is outside of Kenya, and she's working with rural groups, and she's working at getting telehealth to these people. I don't have any background in that healthcare industry, but I'm looking to see, these are people who do, and they know enough to attract people within their own realm to become a community, to make a difference. This is true. We need the arts. I can stand here and tell you about what's going on in the world scientifically. Which would you rather, listen to me or to see something artistic in a sculpture, a film? We need the arts. The arts are just as important.
You're right. It takes a village. It absolutely takes a village. And I love that we bring in the experts, and we don't think that we have to know it all, or we don't think that we know it all. It's beautiful. Julie, it is literally unbelievable to me that we have blown through an hour already, literally. So I have my other Julie sitting in the background who's teed up next. It was really interesting. I had a lot of Julies in the summit. So I noticed things like that. That's my weird pattern thing. But I do want to thank you for reminding us that even in these challenging times, meaning hope, everyday acts of light truly matter, no matter how big or how small. Your stories truly offer a powerful reframe, showing us that resilience doesn't have to come from force, but it comes from connection, courage, and choosing how we choose to show up. I'm really grateful for the wisdom, the perspective that you shared today. And for anyone out there, it's worth a look. If you want to learn more about Julie and her work, go to her website, theextraordinaryfireflies.com. And I have to share that there are so many more stories in that book that are like incredibly powerful and unbelievable. It's worth it. So thank you very much for today.
Thank you so much. It's really been an honor to be here.
Thank you. She's a certified financial planner, author, and money therapist who brings a compassionate, whole person approach to the conversation about money. Her work explores how safety, stress, and early experiences shape our financial lives, and how healing those patterns can open us up to some greater ease and support and abundance. Welcome to the summit, Julie.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate being here.
I'm glad to have you. It sounds like you had a little bit of a journey to make your way here, but
That I did with negative 12 degrees in Chicago, and I'm shutting the schools down.
there you go. I was like, you know what? I saw the emails and some different things, and I thought the universe clearly meant us to be together today.
Right? And then it all got canceled. That was all scheduled. And I'm like, okay, it all works.
There you go. So, Julie, when you look at people's relationships with money, how often do you see it really being about safety rather than the dollars?
It's always about safety. 100% of the time, it's about safety. It's about if you don't feel safe, we either work things out or we act it out, and we do it through our money, our health, or our relationships. And when we don't feel grounded, that's what happens to us.
Okay, so in your work, what are a few of the common survival signals that you see that show up specifically around money without people realizing that's even what's happening?
Well, I would say probably one of the more obvious ones that people see is the spending hangover that everybody has in January after the holidays.
Talk
Because
more about that.
it's about the fact that, we get on that high for the holidays. People are happy, joyful, and giving, and then they spend. And then in January, they get the credit card bill.
That makes sense.
And then all of a sudden they're like, oh, because then we feel it built up, feel good, joyful, and then we create contraction. And you can't receive when your nervous system is contracting.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So when you hear people say, I can't relax until I have more money, thoughts on
You have to relax, and then you will get more money.
Okay, so what may they be? Could they be trying to protect themselves from something else when they say that, or?
I don't believe that they're necessarily protecting themselves. I think what it is that we don't realize that money is the result of how we're plugging into the world.
Talk
We
more
believe
about that.
we believe we have to go get the money, go get the job, go get the opportunity, and then everything will be fine. But actually, it's the complete opposite. What it is that you need to, so the human heart, and science has proved this, an organization called heartmath.org has done all the research on this, that your heart is the biggest magnet on the planet. And if you want to attract more money as a result, you have to do the things that are in alignment with your heart, not your mind, not your anxieties, not your, I'm supposed to do it this way because I'm a good girl, I'm a good boy, whatever that is that you're trying to still prove to your parents from your childhood. That's all hardwired into our amygdala. But it's about, I ask people, they're like, what's the smart financial decision? I'm like, well, which one makes you giggle more? And they're like, what? I go, well, which one does your heart want? I'll give you a great example of this.
Okay.
I have a client who's part of the C-suite and didn't grow up there, grew up on food stamps, came from nothing. And he just worked hard, went to a great Big Ten university, climbed the ranks, super smart computer engineer. And as he grew in his career, your left brain tells you, well, these are the boxes I have to check to be successful, right? Following the boxes. And he got the opportunity to be next in line for the C-suite in his last job choice. Well, the two jobs before that, he actually chose the one that his brain actually said, okay, tactically, this is probably the right move, blah, blah, blah. But none of them followed his heart. This one, he actually followed his heart, and it's all expanding. He's got more money, bigger bonuses, because when you choose your heart, which is the biggest magnet, it raises your vibration, and then you attract more money, because you're opening yourself, when you follow your heart, you're opening yourself up to receive more. And so you get more promotions, more bonuses, bigger raises. Happens all the time.
So it's all about that capacity to receive.
Correct.
Beautiful.
And keeping your nervous system not hijacked. So if you're in a job where you have a boss who gives you anxieties, you need to get out of that job, because that's never going to give you the bonuses. It's never going to get you the pay raises, because your vibration is high anxiety.
Okay, that makes sense. So that's one of the ways people could tell the difference between truly a practical financial concern versus being in a fear loop.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So
we don't even realize, one of the things that I can say to that is we've spent up to this point in our lives plugging into the world a certain way. And I believe most people feel like they've done it the right way. Like they always thought they were trying to do the right thing, right?
I would agree.
But what happens as we get older is we start to realize going, oh, I was plugging into the world based on my subconscious mind and my trauma or rejection from my childhood, as opposed to what my authentic self is. And once we start to become aware, what I always call this, it's like your midlife crisis. Your soul came in here to live a path, and say this is the path that your soul decided to come in. And then you have free choice to make your own decisions. And let's just say that path and those decisions put you in this trajectory and it's not really aligned with your soul. The bigger the separation between those two is, the bigger health crisis or the bigger financial crisis or the bigger relationship crisis you actually call in, because your soul is going, get back in a line, because you're meant to get in a line with why your soul came to the planet in the first place. And I have watched people call in these crises because they didn't shift when the signs were there along the way. But the question is, were we listening or hearing it?
So why do you think that some people miss those signs? Or are the signs, are they that obvious? Like, give an example of some of the signs someone may be seeing that they might miss. Or sometimes they just may think that they're on the right path and they're not willing to pivot.
Well, I think we justify why we stay where we're at because we're comfortable. Because the devil you know is better than the devil you don't know. People are afraid in this day and age, because financially we've pigeonholed ourselves into lifestyles. We're afraid to jump off the ledge and take the next adventure. And we've created all these bills. The debt structure. See, if people would realize that when the Federal Reserve was created, it was about creating debt systems that actually control the masses. And if you realize that the economy, 70% of our economy is fueled by consumer spending. So if you look at our systems, do you think it's set up for us to spend a lot of money?
Yes.
Always, right? So the powers that be want to keep us spending so that it growth, but it keeps driving you to a job that works more than the 40-hour work week, gets you to keep paying the mortgage, the car payment, the student loan payments, the credit card payments, all these debt instruments that we've created, because they've made it so easy and so accessible that that's why we don't continue to jump off the ledge and take the next adventure of really excites us in the life that we really actually want to live. So one of the practical tools that I constantly work with people is reducing their debt lines, because then you actually get control of your life and then you can guide it in the way that you really want it to be. So for an example, really practical example here is you're done paying off your car. There are these online savings accounts that you can open up as many as you want, and they pay really good interest, and you call it your car fund so that you start to become your own bank. And if you were paying $450 a month last month when you paid off your car, well, now pay it into your own savings account. So the next time you have to buy a car, because it's not if you're going to buy a next car, you're likely going to buy a next car, then you've built some money here. Most people do not do that. And I'm talking about multimillionaires that I have as clients don't do that. It's people who have high income and it's people who don't have high income. That is our system today. And you work super hard to pay the bank more interest. And that's how you lose control of actually being able to direct your life. And I think that's the biggest reason why people don't do it.
That makes total sense. We've given up our power through our finances.
Correct.
Okay. So if you talked about the CEO who grew up in a somewhat financial and stable situation.
Mm-hmm.
What other kind of patterns do you see your clients bringing into their adulthood, even after their income increases, based on what they experienced growing up?
Well, whatever is hardwired into your subconscious mind, those patterns keep repeating themselves. It's kind of like, think of it as when they say when you're divorced once, it's highly likely you're going to get divorced twice as well as 3 times. Because what it is that if you don't show up differently in the second marriage like you did in the first marriage, you're going to have the same results because you're not plugging into the world differently. A lot of people would like to blame something outside of themselves, their boss, their partner, their family. But it's really, if you made different choices and conscious choices that were different, then your world around you would actually show up differently. And we don't realize that a little tweak would actually do that. And so when you're on food stamps, as an example, that hardwires into you a scarcity mentality, right? And so one of the patterns I see often with people is when they have that kind of a childhood, when they get bonuses, when they get tax returns, they go out and they blow that money so fast, or it's already spent before they ever get the money and it's sitting on credit cards for them to pay off. So I know to help them build the muscles in a different genre that I'm saying, okay, we want to get to the place where you're running and operating on a cash flow basis so that when you get that bonus, and depending on what level you are, that could be a $2,000 bonus or it could be the $1 million bonus that now in the C-suite, right? Different bonuses, but same behaviors. It doesn't matter how many zeros. I see the same behaviors across the board, depending on what your childhood was like, what the communication about money was, or no communication about money, and how there was struggle or was there abundance. People wouldn't think that children who are born with trust funds would have any challenges. The people who don't have money think that kids with trust funds wouldn't have any challenges. Theirs is even worse. They're actually so disconnected from money because they didn't work for it or build it. So they have no idea how to hold it. It's really fascinating to me to watch this patterning with people. So you either become a hoarder and you hold on to it because you think everything's going to fall apart because it did when you were a child, or you become this spend free cash flow and you just start like, when I get it, I got to get rid of it. Like, it's almost like you don't know how to hold money in abundance. So one of the exercises I actually give people is, I want you to go to the bank and I want you to get a $100 bill. And I want you to put it in your wallet and don't spend it under any circumstances whatsoever. Most people cannot do that. Benjamin Franklin on the front of a $100 bill starts like almost talking to you because you can't. It's like itchy scratchy because it's igniting something inside of you, but that's where the pattern is that's creating it. So that's why you have to just leave it there so you can feel the feelings of unrest inside of you, because that's what got stored in your system when you were a child. And those feelings just need to come up and out, and you need to feel that stuff that the little girl, little boy inside of you didn't feel when they were little, just so they could survive.
Okay, so it sounds like with your clients, like it's really both ends of the spectrum. So are there like scarcity habits that people are doing fine on paper still carry in with them? Is there like
Well,
that
sure.
disconnect?
Again, yeah. So you work it out or you act it out through your money, your health, or your relationships. So let's just say somebody doesn't carry a lot of debt, cash flow, they're good, and they've built a ton of assets. I know to ask questions, how's your health? Meaning like they've probably got themselves so in order financially that they've ignored their physical body, right? Or they're on their third marriage, or they're estranged from their children, right? And what happens is when we act it out, let's just say financially, you think you have your act all together. People would say, as a financial planner, why would you ever ask those questions? I'm going, here's why. if your financial act's all together and you didn't tend to the other parts of your being, which is your health and your family and relationships, what happens is you're creating holes in your financial world, even though you don't think that you are, because you're creating leaky containers. So if you're not being part of the family structure and you're married and you had children, well, guess what? You're going to give half of it in a divorce someday. That's your leaky container. Half your money that you've built is going to go out the door. Not only with assets, but also alimony that you're going to pay. The same is true with your health. You're going to wind up paying a bunch of money to get healthy if you're not paying attention along that. So we either work things out or act it out through our money, our health, or our financials. I'm sorry, money, health, or relationships.
Okay,
and
so
so go ahead.
go ahead.
That's
Talk
okay.
about some of the formulas that you've put together to help people get through all of these different
So it's
conundrums.
So it's about recognizing. So I want people to understand the reason we do this as humans is that there was some experience when you were a child before age 7. Every human goes through this. That experience, either I had one client, it was in her mind, she knew exactly when it was. It was when her grandmother smacked her on the hand. Like she was disciplining her, just smacked her on the hand. So not severe. My trauma, if anyone's ever followed my story, I was sexually molested by a Catholic priest when I was 5 years old. So mine was significant and severe, whereas like my client's example, and anyone else can be somewhere in between that, right? So like mine as an example was that, and of course I chose to go in an industry that's mostly male dominant because I was dominated by a male, right? So I'm doing my work, standing in my power. I also have 8 brothers, right? Like my soul chose an interesting soup for me to do my soul work in. And so did yours, and so did everybody watching, right? And so whatever that was, so when I was 5 years old when that occurred, I didn't feel feelings in that moment because I didn't know how to process that. It was stuck. And I remember the day that I finally, because I had learned that the only way you get past this patterning that wired inside of you is by feeling the feelings that were stuck. And our emotions are energy in motion.
Right.
So we have to get them to move. Otherwise, the reason we get sick is that our emotions get stored in our body. And as we keep doing the same repetition in our patterning, whether it's through your money, your health, or your relationships, energetically, that energy getting stuck in our body builds in layers. And that's eventually what creates disease in our bodies. In all the research that I've done, that's how it works. So that's why I know that with a client, if I'm sitting there with you and I'm watching that it's acting on your health. So for example, 50% of my male clients between 55 and 65 years old have developed cancer around their hip area. And I remember the work that I did with Deepak Chopra, and I would say, he would always talk about that a cancer cell develops because that cell has lost its sense of purpose. I was like, their cell lost its sense of purpose. So I started asking these guys, how did you lose your sense of purpose? And every single one of those clients were let go of their jobs, not by their choice.
Interesting. Wow.
And so I started to see this patterning through the years. So now I know to ask men, like this C-suite gentleman I was talking about, when he was in his early 40s, I'm sitting there going, you better go to a job you like. You better go to a job you like, because I got these other guys 15 years ahead of you that are all getting sick because they're doing it to provide for their families, to make it for they're not doing it for the reasons that feed their heart and soul. They're doing it to provide for their families. And we need to combine the two. You need to provide for your family and get your heart and soul fed along the way. And that's for men and women. And the only way you do that is to choose what your heart wants above anything and anything else. But that takes courage. And it takes you doing your work, going through the stuff that you've not been willing to face up to this point. And when people don't want to face it, like I had 2 clients leave last spring, 2 men who very much so operating and health stuff was coming up. One had a cancer scare and they decided to leave my firm. And I know for a fact when people leave my firm, it's because they're not ready to do the work and I'm pressing the buttons. And that's okay. It's totally okay because we can all only do it in our own timing.
Right. You're only part of the formula. They have to
Right.
make a choice.
They have to step into it for sure.
Interesting. So what other kinds of things do you offer your clients that help them as they're working on these issues?
Well, so there's a financial practical side, right? So
Right.
I always have people go through their cash flows.
Okay.
And keep in mind, I don't call it a budget because when you say the word budget, it makes you feel like you don't have choice and you're not empowered. It's about saying, you're a bad girl, bad boy. You can't have that, right? And I
That's
want people to feel
interesting.
empowered, right? So I
Mhm.
want you to choose. Well, first of all, we look at how is your cash currently flowing? So let's just look at it. Don't judge it. Stay in neutral. Remember that nervous system needs to stay in neutral,
Right.
right? Don't judge it. Don't make excuses. You're going to provoke your shame, your guilt, and everything. When I start talking about somebody's cash flows, I'm almost naturally hijacking their nervous system because they're going to respond in some shame or guilt. Everybody always gives excuses why their money's doing what it's doing.
Well,
And
so talk
go
a
ahead.
little bit about the shame and the guilt that goes with that. Does that go back to more early experiences?
Yeah, it comes from their childhood, right? They think they're
Okay.
wrong for choosing what they're choosing because somebody along the way judged them and told them they were
Okay.
wrong,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
And so now it's looping in your mind, right?
Okay.
And so it's about going, I'm going to give you an example. I had this husband and wife that came to me years ago, and the husband came in here. I'm here for a female financial planner because you need to tell my wife that she's ridiculous, that she's buying $400 to $600 pair of jeans every single month. And I'm just sitting here going, okay, I would never buy that. Like that's not me. I would never buy jeans like that, but stay neutral, right? Don't judge her. He's clearly judging it, right?
Right.
And so if I stay neutral, I'm going, tell me what those jeans do for you. And she's like, so I'm seeking to understand before I want to be understood, right?
Yes.
Stephen Covey, that's one of his first things, right? And seeking to understand. And she goes, I'm in an industry where if I don't look the part and I'm not cutting edge, then I am looked down upon. And I'm aging in my industry, which is the advertising agency world. And I need to stay on that edge because I'm starting to get wrinkles on my face. And I sit there and I go,
wow, that's a whole different story.
Whole different perspective as opposed to you irresponsible woman, stop buying $600 pairs of jeans, right?
Yeah.
And so I said, okay. I said, can we just stay neutral? I'm like, let me marinate on it. Because what I found is that people have their truths. They're not good. They're not bad. They're just truth. So we have to stay in neutrality on that too, right? And I don't see the world through her eyes, but so what?
Right. So you're thinking that's a lot of money for a pair of jeans and she's just trying to keep a job that pays a good salary.
Right. And so I sat there and I'm going, but in a household, what's the best thing that you can do in a household? It's collaboration. It can't be his way or her way. There's got to be a mutual ground. And so when I was working on their financial plan and running their retirement analysis and looking at all that, all of a sudden it dawned on me going, oh man, she could turn around and sell those on eBay when she deems them too old and use that cash flow. We actually cut the amount in half because she turned around and she would sell them on eBay.
Wow.
And he was happy. She was happy. We found the place of neutrality for the two of them. And then guess what started to happen? Because there was no more push energy happening. She didn't want so many new jeans. She didn't want the guy telling her that he could control her. Because that's what her dad did.
Wow.
Her dad controlled her mom, and there was no way in hell that she was going to allow a man to control her, particularly when she had her own career. That's a great example of how I interface with clients to find solutions that are collaborative because they have to be solutions from the heart. They cannot be solutions from the egoic mind. And when we can find that state of neutrality and wholesomeness, then it leads everything.
That makes so much sense. I love how you have married the heart math with the finance. Can you just talk real quick a little bit about the heart math for people who aren't aware of it?
Sure. They did all this research, and they have satellites on the end of the earth where they were like going, what are these magnetic forces of the earth are spiking? And then they looked, when they noticed it, it was in 9/11 when the Twin Towers came down. They go, why is the magnetic force of the earth 4.1 times its normal reading? And then they realized going, well, where are the other spikes? And it was the day Mother Teresa died. It was the day that Princess Diana died. And sad to say, but it was also the day that The Bachelor picked the woman he was going to date, because it's the most world-renowned show. But as the human heart, they noticed that when globally human hearts were activated, there was a spike in the magnetic force of the earth. So they've now done research on the human heart that the magnetic force of your mind, if you're only using your mind to solve something, it only goes for about 2.5 feet.
Okay.
But the magnetic force of your heart, they now know goes for over 8 miles, and they don't have a measurement tool farther than that.
Really, 8 miles?
8 miles. That's what all the research shows. It's kind of like, if you think about it, if you're going to a network event, or you're going into an event and you start to walk towards somebody and you're like, oh God, I got to go. Your heart is actually sensing that person's energy, whether you should abort or you should engage, because you're scanning the room. Your heart feels it all. That's the magnet that is guiding you in that. And I don't even know if most of us are conscious that that's actually what's happening.
I'm going to guess not.
Yeah. Something that we naturally do. But then when you start to realize that that's actually your most powerful tool, well, why would you stay in a job where you hate your boss, who's cutting your pay raises, your promotion opportunities, because of fear? Because we're afraid to jump off the ledge, and we're afraid to step into our own personal courage that everything is going to be okay and you can trust it when you choose from your insides. That's why the subtitle of my first book, The Emotion Behind Money, is Building Wealth from the Inside Out, because it's your heart that has to lead the way. But we've been told that answers outside of ourselves are better, because in our highly educated world, things outside of us are better than what our knowing is inside. And it's in all of our training and all of our formal education and everything. And that couldn't be further than the truth. Even though your knowing might be against the grain of what everything else is, it doesn't matter. I tell people all the time, what you need to do is let your freak flag fly. You need to be exactly who you came here to be, because then you'll get more money, more love, more opportunities. Everything else will fall into alignment, because you will be supported if you're showing up as your authentic self. If you're having a really rough time and things are not working out for you, it's because you're not aligned with yourself. You've negotiated yourself away on some level, and you're allowing the world to whipsaw you. I'll give you an example. Donald Trump is a great example of this. I certainly do not want to get into politics. I have a lot of very good people, clients, that really were upset about Donald Trump being in the White House. And not good nor bad, but the conversation I had with them was, why are you going to allow yourself today to not enjoy your life, not do what you want to do, because you're joining then all the frustration. You're pulling your vibration down because you're so frustrated about this external thing that's not inside of you. And I need you to be you and go be a great part of you, because we don't understand that we are an energy grid as a human race. And it's important for you to be the brightest light that you can possibly be. So you're holding the container for everybody else to be a bright light, as opposed to being a pile of poop like the other pile of poop. And I know that's simplifying it a lot, but when we start to realize, I had one client going, well, I can't stay here. She's a medical doctor and she's an OB, and she's so upset about what's going on in Texas. Okay, that's her feeling. That's her truth. And I said, well, what do you want to do about it? But you sitting here complaining about it all the time is not going to make you a happy person. It's certainly not going to make you healthy. You're going to get sick. You are so upset about this. You are going to get sick because she spent 35 years giving her life to women's health, right? And she felt like it went backwards in the state of Texas. You know what she did? She took a sabbatical for a year. She moved out of the country. She went to Italy to her cousin's property that was her great-grandparents in Italy. And she's now becoming a physician in culinary medicine. She's completely shifting to something that makes her completely happy, joyful. And while things were shaking out in the United States, she got out.
And she's making a big difference in a different area, but the same area. And
right.
She's happy.
She's happy. She's going to add years to her life because she decided to align with her internal truth. She's not going to control Donald Trump. And I'm not here to say whether you like him, you don't like, I don't care. This is her truth. And I'm sharing that story because she chose to be happy regardless, instead of making herself sick over it all.
Well, I appreciate that you picked probably one of the most polarizing topics, definitely in the United States, if not the world. But you discussed it in a way that wasn't polarizing, and in a way that people could integrate that into a sense of peace for themselves.
Thank
so
you.
It's fascinating to me that like your business is finance.
Right?
But what you're doing, it's just in the finance bucket because all these things are running down the same path parallel.
Correct.
One is no different than the other.
Right.
That's just how you choose to support yourself.
Correct.
But in the meantime, you're doing a whole lot of other coaching and helping people move along.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Because if you think about it, all those other things are integrated with your money.
It's all
if she didn't figure out the money part of how to go move to Italy and be on a sabbatical, like I told her, well, go look in your employee documents and negotiate that you're able to get out of your current contract for a year. Like that's how it's integrated with your money.
Yeah, that makes
right?
sense.
But if she didn't listen to me all these years in terms of reduce your debt, create financial space, don't have huge don't have every dime coming in, go out.
Right.
She wouldn't have had the space to be able to do that. But she's been a client for about 20 years and she listened. Some listen, some don't. Some do partial, some don't. But then it's your journey and that's okay because you can only hear what you can hear when you can hear it.
That's right. Doesn't mean that they don't hear it 10 years from now after they stepped away.
Exactly. Right.
So as we're going to wind down a little bit, talk a little bit. I would love to end on the debt part because I think that that's really important. And I've heard you speak on debt before in a way that people don't really recognize how it's controlling us in a bigger level and some of the things that you have to offer there.
Sure. From a debt structure, we've given up our personal power because we have debt. And people say, well, I have my house, but I have to have my mortgage. Well, that just means that you have to wake up and you have to go do a job because of the financial commitments that you've created in your world. And I went on Capitol Hill a few years back and I was on this panel for retirement planning. And one of these congressmen from the South said, how do we get Americans to start saving more for retirement? And I said, and they asked all the experts, the financial people, and I was the last one on the end. And I said, you're asking the wrong question. And they said, how am I asking the wrong question? I said, people can't even live in the present moment because of all their past financial choices and the debt structures they have, let alone even think about planning for retirement. We're having such a challenge living in the now. And we don't realize it's our debt structures that have created that. So you have nothing but your current reality. Don't judge yourself. Just put it to paper. So like I have worksheets and I'm actually doing a workshop next Thursday at 12 p.m. Central.
Oh.
And you just have to go to juliemurphy.com, sign up. It's free. So I can help people start to go, okay, here's your reality. How do I get you to this next place? Because when you write down your reality, and these are your debt structures, and I have worksheets to help people do that right on my website for free. You can just download them. You list out the debts, you list out the interest rates, the minimum payments, what you normally pay, and you say, okay, and then you come up with a game plan. Like I have these examples in my books of how to then deal with the current reality. And then when one of those debt structures open up, like the car example that I gave earlier, then you intentionally redirect that payment so that you're no longer playing financial defense with it and playing debt, and you shift it to offense. So then you start to turn the corner and you're building a muscle to have financials in a different direction. Because we all wish, everyone like, well, I wish I just win the lottery and then pay off all my debt. You know what? That's not going to happen for most people.
Right.
Every day, the little bits, the little pieces. If your credit score is terrible, okay, well, start paying your things on time and start paying the minimums on things and start to clean it up, right? Because people will declare bankruptcy to try to clean the slate, but that doesn't fix it because you haven't changed your patterning. You haven't built the muscles to be financially abundant. No different than someone who wins the lottery usually is gone all the money within the next 5 years because they don't know how to hold money in abundance and it just goes out the door. No different than big bonuses that come from your employer go right out the door. So this is about building your financial structure based on your intentions and your heart's desires. I ask people all the time, what do you think of vacation? Oh, I'd love to go on more vacations. Everybody always says that to me. I go, what savings account do you have set up to go on those vacations? No one ever has one. Well, if you want to go on them, you need to start putting money every month into the vacation fund. Because you don't go into it because you don't intend for that to happen and you don't have a financial bucket set up for that intention. And don't combine them. Don't put the car with the vacation with the emergency funds because then it gets all gunked up. Name it and separate it because those are your desires, your goals. It's like I really wanted a boat when I was in my 20s. I started putting $10 a month into a boat fund. And then I figured out, I want a sailboat. So I changed the name to sailboat. And by that time, I was putting like $250 because every pay raise, I increased what I was putting in there. And then I was like, I want a 34-foot Beneteau. And by the time I bought the boat, I was putting $1,600 a month in there. It took me 10 years, but I found a friend with the boat in the meantime. But then I bought a boat. I had a sailboat. I had a 34-foot Beneteau.
Good for you. I love it. I love how you did it. The process.
All with intent. It's all with intention.
Nice. Well, Julie, thank you for bringing so much humanity and clarity to this topic. It's a difficult topic for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
It's deeply personal. Your perspective really helps reframe the money, and it's not as something to fear or to force, as you talked about.
Right.
It really, I love the heart connection, and I love the heart connection because that is the connection. I'm grateful for everything that you've shared, and to learn more about Julie and her work, you can go to her website, juliemurphy.com, and talk about that workshop once more.
Absolutely. So I just do a workshop to help we get on there and you can ask me any question that you want to help you get out of the current scenario you have. And we just keep flying around and helping you get to there. And I'll teach a little bit more of my nuggets. And it's next Thursday at noon Central Time. And you can just go to juliemurphy.com to sign up.
Thank you. I appreciate you so much. Thanks for joining the summit.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Bye-bye.
Welcome home. It's a brand new day. Feel the rhythm. Let it lead the way. Step into the light. Embrace the glow in the spiral rebellion. Let the music flow. Welcome home. It's a new sensation in the spiral rebellion. Feel the transformation. You were always enough. Can't you see in the chaos of the world? Just be free every moment. Welcome home. It's a brand new day. Feel the rhythm. Let it lead the way. Step into the light. Embrace the glow in the spiral rebellion. Let the music flow. Welcome home. It's a new sensation in the spiral rebellion. Feel the transformation. You were always enough. Can't you see in the chaos of the world? Just be free. Every moment's a chance for a fresh start. Let go of the past. Embrace your heart. Tears turn to laughter. Fears into might. With passion and purpose, we'll ignite the night. Break the silence with your truth. We break away from chains that bind us. The old rules no longer apply. Every heartbeat's a chance to grow high. So take my hand, let's dance and spin in this revolution. Lives begin where the voice their fears can't silence. Igniting dreams with vibrant colors of defiance. With hearts wide open and spirits soaring from ashes of the past, we're rising, exploring. No limits can hold us. We're brave, breaking free. Together we shine. Together we'll be. Step into the storm. Feel the thrill and energy in this dance of life. Let love be the remedy. We're powerful, fearless, a force to behold. With dreams on fire, our story unfolds. Break the silence with your truth. We break away from chains that bind us.
Thank you for joining us at the Art of Nervous System Care Summit. I'm Dr. Sandra Marie, and I'll be facilitating this conversation for this session on Laughter is Medicine, How Joy, Humor, and Spiritual Lightness Reset the Nervous System. Melissa Abel is joining us for this session today, and she brings a rare mix of humor, intuition, and real-world honesty. Thank you for joining us today, Melissa.
Thank you so much for the invitation, for having me, and for selecting this particular topic for me, because it happens to be my passion. You know, it's part of my essence ever since I was born. So it aligns so perfectly. Thank you.
I would totally agree, and I'm definitely excited for our conversation. So much healing work these days is framed around effort, struggle, or fixing what's wrong. So today, I'd like to explore a different doorway, one rooted in joy, humor, and spiritual lightness. From your perspective, Melissa, why does laughter matter?
It's kind of wild. There's so much around this, and in preparation for this today, I've been researching and studying all the neuroscience, the therapy, the trauma, everything, and really have quite a bounty of information in here. And yet, what I took from it, as much of as a joyful, kind of laughing everyday person that I am, everything that I've learned about it, it makes me want to embrace it even more, because it's incredible. There's short-term benefits, long-term benefits. There's it's like, not only is it good for our immune system, our memory, our blood flow, our heart, rhythm, our breathing, it really resets the nervous system. And all that's good and well. To me, like, you could talk all day about, well, what's so good about what is the medicine of laughter, but who cares? Because unless we're feeling it, it's almost like we know broccoli's good for us, and we can, it's like, well, we either do it or not. Like, to me, trying to talk about laughter in terms of all this, the research and everything, is kind of missing the point. So to your question, the guides that I work with, that's my life work, is doing readings and, intuitive things. And they highly prize laughter. I mean, it's probably one of the things. Sometimes they go so far as to tell a person, you keep us in stitches. If not for you, you were so bored. We love the way you see the world. We love your sense of humor. And then you think like, wow, if high dimensional spirit values laughter so much and joy, maybe there's something more here. And they always, the way they describe it to me is laughter is cathartic, just as tears are. But they say, tears fall, but laughter rises. And that it puts us immediately in the now. So there's no past, kind of suspends our mind. We're just in it. And I know Laraji is this amazing meditation teacher, musician, and peace activist. And I've had the benefit over many years of doing some of his laughter meditations, and kind of like laughter yoga now is. But he would always call it a laughgasm, that a laughgasm would be, it would reset your nervous system and aligns you with your emotions. It does so much good for us, and it does suspend the mind, and I love the way the guides describe it. One thing they always say is, if you don't know what to do to be in alignment or to create a happy life or a joyful life or what you want, just laugh. Because when you're laughing, you're already in that zone. You don't need to think about it. And so there's so much to it, even beside the actual scientific research and all the studies, which there have been many. It's a global language, for sure. So
That's really fascinating. And there's just so much wisdom in what you just said. And I mean, how amazing that they're entertained by us. And I mean, honestly, with some of the things I do, I can see where they would be. With me specifically, that was just fascinating. We've talked a lot about self-regulation during the summit, but laughter is often relational. Can you speak to how shared humor, play, and even small moments of connection help co-regulate the nervous system, especially for people who feel isolated?
Oh, yeah. I mean, so one thing they've studied, the research says that we laugh a lot more with others than by ourselves. I might be the exception to that, but anyway, that it's such a bonding, it's such a community experience. But also, fascinatingly, they say that humans, a million years before language, laughter was the language. It was the way we communicated, and
Really?
typically, like, what it meant is, if you would laugh, you were telling others there's safety about, we can relax, there's no danger. So it was really something. What it does when you laugh, it takes you out of it puts you into the parasympathetic nervous system, which is, we're at ease and we're not in fight or flight. So part of the joy of laughing with others is, oh my gosh, what an interchange, what an exchange. So even it just does so much. And the other kind of thing that I learned that is fascinating is that apparently children as young as 17 days, even if they're blind, even if they're deaf, they laugh, already. It's part of who we are. But also that children typically have between 300 and 400 belly laughs a day. And also, like, adults in comparison only have about 10, maybe 15 if we're lucky. So to me, with all this kind of like, oh, I think we found the true fountain of youth. I mean, like, kids are so full of vitality and vibrance and energy, and there's playfulness. And what if one of the most simple built-in keys to our well-being and happiness is simply to embrace more laughter? So whether you can do it with another, which is, to me, it's amazing, but also, I mean, every day I just find that I'm laughing about something. Like just the other day, I'm pretty open when it comes to scent, fragrance. I'm pretty okay. But there's one kind of scent that it makes me physically ill. Like I can't, I want to run screaming naked away from anything. So what do? I get a sample scent in a package and I think, oh, what is this? And I look online for the reviews and it's like, this is the best. It's like nobody doesn't like this. And so instead of like spraying it into the air, and of all the things, it's that one scent that I can't stand. And what did I do? I had to just laugh myself silly, like of all the crazy things, Melissa. So it's amazing how much just embracing laughter at all is, but especially when you can laugh with another. One thing that I've learned too is, how someone will come up to you and say, oh my gosh, how'd you see this on my phone? It's so funny. And a lot of times we're like, nah, but they're like, that's one of the best bonding things that we can possibly do is take that opportunity to connect in that way. And whether you think it's funny or not is kind of beside the point, but it's like, here, this is something that I love and I want you to see, because I think it's the best. So
I love that connection with that. So do you feel laughter and joy is something that just happens when life allows it, or do you think of it more like a muscle, something we can intentionally strengthen and work with every day?
We definitely can intentionally strengthen and work with it, for sure. And now we know, it's beneficial. It's even beneficial for, they say 2 minutes of laughter, belly laughter is equivalent to a 20-minute jog, even cardiovascular benefits and, all of this, even muscles, so it's like, well, of course, but yeah, it's like I've heard the researchers say, build a laughter library, because all of our sense of humor is so unique to us. And I really feel like the tone, the sound, the way that we laugh is almost like the guides always say, this is your energetic signature, like a fingerprint, because they're not able to connect with our fingerprints, but they connect through our frequency, our voice, and especially laughter. So it's like, even whatever's funny to you, it may not be funny to someone else, but build yourself a library of what you think is funny and, build on that so you can go in anytime. One thing that, if I may share something that happened recently was, before a session, usually before I work with somebody, 99% of the time I start picking up on the vibes. And for whatever reason, this feeling was foreboding. It was dark and heavy. And I'm like, oh my gosh, what is getting ready to happen here? And the guide said, go online and Google, videos of uncontrollable laughter. And I think I brought up like a 2-minute reel and they said, play this. And I did. And by the time the reading, got underway, I was in a much more elevated state, but it ended up to be something really intense and dark. So it was almost preemptive joy, that kind of thing. And it's so amazing how this takes shape for us. We don't even know why we're doing something. One thing that the guides have reminded me of from years ago, about almost 30 years, I was at a spiritual conference a whole week. It was a really wonderful, huge conference with big names, life spectrums back in the day. And for some reason, it's a week-long thing. My friend and I, who we went together, we had gone to the store the first day of the conference to get some snacks. And for some reason, we got whoopee cushions. They were right by the checkout,
You're scaring me.
Because the thing about it is I would have been an anti-whoopee cushion person. I was like, that's not my sense of humor. But for whatever reason, we grabbed these things and the whole week was not only us, having fun with each other, but the speakers, the attendees. The week was probably 7 days of more laughter than I'd ever done in my whole life. Great giant peals and guffaws. And anyway, you just think, well, that's weird. This is weird. And what happened was, not even 10 days after we got back from the conference, my life took this absolute fork that I'd never saw coming, in that my dad, 59 years old, he had just turned, he died while driving of an aneurysm. So life just took this crazy fork, because he was a baby of 7 children. His parents lived well into their 80s and 90s. And so what the guides are telling me now was that was preemptive immunity. It boosted your immune system. It was preemptive joy. Your nervous system knew this was coming. And like, of all the crazy things, right, to be like, oh, this is interesting. Just like I think I shared before, when I had this kind of crazy notion while driving to my mom's, look up a clean comedy playlist. And I'd never done that before. And I didn't even listen to it on the way there. And then I got really, really sick at her house, to the point where everyone wanted me to go to the hospital. And I had a little break where I felt like, I think I might be able to drive home, but I still felt like hot death, but at that, when I got in my car, that playlist just started rolling. But what I noticed was, when I got home, because I'd been laughing the entire way, pulled up into the driveway and realized, like, I am completely well, as though nothing ever happened. And, just that the guides always say laughter, the high frequency of it, your spirits are so high, nothing untoward can really abide in that, including illness. So it's just been so profound, even in looking back, like, wow, something in me knew, where I would have been the person that would never touch a whoopee cushion, but there I was, and what that did for me. So kind of wild, isn't it, when you think about those things?
It really is. And I love that you literally cured yourself with the laughter.
Not even realizing it. Yeah.
Not even realizing it. So you had mentioned with that reading that the guides had given you some direction about the YouTube. So there's a lot of tools that are available. I think many times people feel like laughter and silliness needs to be organic, just randomly happen. But we can facilitate that ourselves, right?
Oh my gosh, yes. Yeah, like, I was really surprised, because I wasn't in the mood to look at a laughter reel, but there were like babies laughing hysterically, and I just couldn't help but laugh. And I think we all have our favorites of things that kind of make us laugh. And that there was that time during COVID when we were all adjusting to Zoom, and there was that famous reel of that lawyer that had a filter. Someone had he was a cat, and the judge, they were trying to have a Zoom hearing, and the judge said, I think you have this filter. And the lawyer said, I think we can proceed. I'm not a cat. I'm judge. I'm not a cat. Like, that never fails to completely, I just, dissolve into tears laughing at that one, because so we all have what tickles us,
Right.
Yeah. So to build a library that you can kind of keep in a file, or like a draft of, like, this is what I can go to myself. This is what I find really uplifting.
So let's take this another step. So you build your library, you have it, but sometimes that's not the issue holding you back. Many of us were taught explicitly or implicitly that pleasure has to be earned, or that joy comes after healing. Your thoughts on helping people reclaim permission to feel
Love
good
it.
now,
Love
even
it.
while they're healing.
Absolutely. In fact, the research that I've done, most trauma therapists, they absolutely, with no equivocation, say there is no possibility of healing from trauma without moments of play and laughter. It's not even possible. And they described how, even people with severe PTSD, as you have a moment, maybe it's just a shared laugh, maybe it's a smile, it's almost like a stitch that undoes the old trauma, and it's weaving in this new, you're out of fight or flight, you're out of the hypervigilance, where it's like we can have joy, and then it almost supplants the old trauma after just these tiny little, they call it like doses of joy, of laughter, of humor. So it's so much more important, than we can even know. The other funny thing is, my guides, when I work with somebody, a lot of times they'll just be so funny. I mean, the one-liners, and they just love the hijinks. And what I realize, though, is that is the highest frequency. So I know one thing we've learned when if you go to a medium, if you're really sad about who you lost and the memories, and I'm so sad and I'm lonely without them, it's going to be next to impossible for you to get a real, charged message from that person, because you're blocking it. The best thing they always say is, think about when we would laugh, or, I have people, I think we all have our top 10 of people whose laughter itself is a tonic, is hilarious. And, they always say, remember those joyful moments before you go to a medium, because they're like, instead of a radio dial trying to get through with your frequency, it's like you punch it in, like it's a set station, and I still remember my dad laughing at Seinfeld episodes, and he would laugh so hard sometimes that he would snort. And to me, when you're in the snorting zone, like there's nothing like it, kind of thing. So it's so cathartic, it's so spiritual. But the other thing that the guides say about that, and also all kinds of experts, is that laughter is depth with ease. Laughter
with
is
ease.
With ease. So we think of how laughter and joy might, they say it's not the opposite of trauma. Numbness is the opposite of trauma. So when you have lightness and joy and humor and laughter, it reconnects you. It's opening you again to your alignment, to your emotions, to your healing. And it's with ease. Now, is that like the best ever?
Absolutely. I love it. So I just want to riff on this in a different way, only because this comes up a lot. I feel like you've answered this, but I want to address it specifically for what it is. Some people might worry that laughter or lightness can become a form of spiritual bypass. So we hear about spiritual bypass all the time. Skipping over pain instead of honoring it. Can you share your insights on telling the difference with nervous system supportive joy versus avoidance that could be construed as a spiritual bypass, and how might that difference look for people?
What a great question, because I think we've all been down the spiritual bypass road a time or two, no matter what. And it's always the mind, though, because it's just like, and I think we're all getting so tired of that. All the this year, according to the guys, is about really embodying. It's enough of the mind crap. And so, to that point, laughter gets you out of the mind. It gets you in direct, momentary, the now, where there's nothing before, there's nothing ahead. You're in the now. It is very much like an orgasm, in that, you're not, thinking about your taxes when you're experiencing that. So to me, laughter, like the guys say, if you don't know what to do, laugh, because then you're absolutely aligned. You don't have to question it. You are. If you set yourself up like that, then everything. You've got a bank account of good and joy and happy times coming. So to me, it's almost like an insurance against spiritual bypass, because like they say, like laughter is not, or lightness is not, it's not bypassing depth at all. It's not avoiding trauma. And it's like, well, even gallows humor. I mean, sometimes what I love, and I think we've all said it a time or two about someone we love, when they're getting near the end, maybe they've been in hospice, and what do we say? They had their sense of humor to the end. Like they were still themselves because they had their sense of humor. And so it's such a part of us, even to think that it was a language that we had before we had enough lung capacity for enough strength for language itself, and how we do it when we're infants, days and hours old. Doesn't I think we're
That
I
blows
don't
my mind.
yeah, I don't think we even know the half of it. I really don't, So I hope that, to me, it's like, yeah, you are assured that you're not spiritually bypassing if you're in laughter.
Perfect. I think it's important. And just because there's so much discussion and conversation and labeling that goes with that you did a beautiful job of addressing that. So Melissa, when I hear the word spiritual lightness, so I had a hard time wrapping my head around the word spiritual lightness for a while. It almost sounds like a form of trust in life, trust in the body, something like larger than ourselves. How do you see trust showing up? And if needed, how can laughter help restore it?
That's another, so your question is so dialed in to what is the quote truth and the research about laughter, in that it's almost like even when life is falling apart, when you've lost somebody, when it looks like there's no hope, if you can have just a moment of laughter, it's like it reminds your body that it's okay. It gives you perspective. It helps you kind of zoom out, and it says, you're still alive, you're still here, you're still breathing. And it's just that very thing of like the truth of it. Laughter is never going to take away, what happens in life and some of the heaviness. Although, my gosh, it can be so valuable no matter what situation you're in. They say first responders always use kind of dark humor, and obviously, like, where it might not be appropriate somewhere else, but it's absolutely appropriate in that situation. I know we had a friend who was in at home hospice, and he was trying to stay alive for his son's wedding, and the photographer came, and it was at home, and it was around Halloween, and he would pretend to have died as the photographer. It was like, not yet. It was like time and again he did like the movie. He's died, and just the funny, like, he never lost that. And just even like when another dear friend went into cardiac arrest, and they brought him back, but he wasn't conscious yet. So we're waiting to see if he's going to come back. And what does he say? The first thing that he says when he opens his eyes, "I'm back." And so you realize in these moments of even fear and scarcity, and you don't know if are you living or are you dying, like it assures us that we're all in this together, and there's never a lack of hope, as long as that you can see the lightness of it. So to me, it embodies laughter, and joy embodies the spirit, the animating spirit of us. We are still here. Because I know one thing that was, I think, pretty heavy for all of us in December was what occurred with Rob Reiner and his wife.
Right.
I mean, the of all the times, and I mean the spotlight being on that, I think we all had a hard time with, like, oh my gosh, what in the world? Somebody that had always stood for laughter and joy, and to have this experience, and I think that community, a lot of comedians and people rallying around that. And even, do you remember when COVID just hit, and SNL, or even 9/11, if you remember, when SNL came back on, it's like, do we have permission to laugh again?
That's important to
so important. Yeah.
I love that you related that to that, because the world feels really chaotic and uncertain. And I think that it's important to recognize that we do have to remember and give ourselves permission to go back with that. I love the example that you used with first responders. I spent much of my career in inner city emergency departments. And, laughter is what got you through a lot of stuff. And it was, I would say, many people might have found what we were laughing about disrespectful. Obviously, you're not doing it in front of those people, but if you're in the moment, it really allows you to keep a clear head and do what needs to be done. So I love that example. It was, as you were saying that, I was just starting to connect how important that was. And despite what we were doing and saying day in and day out, we did laugh. I did laugh a lot in that job.
You know what's really cool is research says that nurses of all people collectively have the best sense of humor.
Oh, I would concur with that for sure.
How great is that?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the best.
Yeah, so you and I know that guidance doesn't always come through the serious, solemn moments that we just talked about. It can arrive through play, humor, or lightness in your thoughts. How can people begin to recognize joy and laughter as a legitimate form of spiritual guidance?
This is where the nervous system comes in, because laughter, they say that, your nervous system is really it's not just a biological, it's really an interface, your spiritual interface, and how it allows us, like our nervous system, we always call it in the work that I do, the body mind, like the living library, the DNA. You just know things before your mind does. It's much faster. Just like, how did my nervous system or some part of me know to spend a week with a whoopee cushion? More laughing than I'd ever done in my life, because this big trauma was just ahead. I certainly didn't know that. And, there's so many things that we know. If you even think about muscle testing, kinesiology, it's like you're getting to the intelligence of the body, which is like the mind is like the tortoise in comparison to what the body knows. And think how many times that you went a different way somewhere, and then you saw that, oh, there was a big accident there just after that, and so many things that we don't even think about. It's interesting. There's this great time ahead, and the guides are kind of telling me, like, it's off topic and it's not off topic. So it's like there's this big transit ahead. You could call it an astrological transit, but they're like, it's really not. They're saying there's this opportunity ahead between February 20th and like the 1st of June to sow. It's almost like they're giving us these magic beans to sow. And these magic beans are going to have effect for the next 38 years or the rest of our known lives, as well as many future lives. It's a 9,000 year cycle. But what they're saying is, like, the most important thing, they're saying, even if you don't ever care about astrology or spirituality or anything like that, they're saying this is the one time, this is the most important time of our lives ahead, because if we choose to, we will get to expand the expression of our identity. And they kind of liken it to, if we think about coming into the world, being who we are, we've been like a line up to this point. We're a line. We love being a line. We know how to be a line. We wouldn't trade it for anything. But then as of this time coming, if we choose, we can become a square. And we might go kicking and screaming like, my God, I'm just a line. I never want to be anything. But then you get to be a square and you say, how was I ever able to function as a line? Because you've expanded. So part of this is, they're just saying, if you do, the worst thing you can do is to do nothing. And this is the way of their humor. Like, if you just keep on doing the same things that you always have between that little window, it's like they're saying your job is to plant the seeds and our job is all the stuff after that. Like, if you plant the seeds, you're going to expand, you're going to evolve, it's going to be amazing. If you do nothing, or if you just keep doing things the same way, nothing's going to happen. You're just going to recreate what you know. So they're saying, if you do nothing at all, if you don't even want to think about it, just do things that you don't normally do. So this week when I was doing a reading for somebody, the guide said, Melissa, what if you go to a restaurant and order liver and onions? It's like, I'm like, what? Like, that's the last thing I would ever do, is order liver and onions. And they're like, exactly. Like, you can actually do things that you would never think about, and they're just saying, even if you do just things that you never do that. But hopefully with intention, we can plant some seeds of like, well, what does, if I'm a 7.0 version of me now, what does a 9.0 feel like? What would I tweak? And I tell you one thing, after getting this luscious dream come true assignment about laughter, is I'm going to incorporate a lot more laughter. What if we were to strive for 300 laughs a day like children? How might it change our lives? You know?
How cool.
It's amazing. Like, it's so intoxicating.
Absolutely. Wow. Well, I'm really grateful for those magic beans, and I'm ready for the whatever the 9.0 looks like. But one of the things that you tucked in there, as you were saying, explaining what the guide said, and I do want to highlight it, is you use the word intention. So how relevant is that word intention? I feel like it's like super important at these exact moments.
Truly. I mean, because, you know, they always say, and it's so true, whatever we focus on, we get more of, whether it's what we don't want or what we do want. But most of the time, the big thing now is that we're so pulled away from any focus. We're so distracted by all the things. And it's like, once, if we actually said, like, for example, I just did a 3-day fast, which is like a reset, you know, Dr. Mindy Pell's, you know, and so I just woke up today thinking, my gosh, how different do I feel after 3 days from the way I felt Tuesday morning, after just a 3-day not eating. And it was so joyful because I didn't have to decide, what am I going to have for dinner? It was like, what am I going to drink? What am I going to drink today? Water, more water, black coffee, tea. It was so easy and freeing. But, you know, the first day you're kind of like, why am I doing this? And the second day you're like, I don't know. But the third day, you're like shot out of a rocket. You know, it's Dr. Pell says that it's people pay tens of thousands of dollars for stem cells. And she's like, why? After 72 hours of a fast, your body creates new stem cells. It's a whole new refreshing reset. So to me, that's a good example of being really intentional about, I'm going to do this thing for 3 days that I never do any other time. And I'm going to stick to it. I'm going to see what happens with it. And like, it worked. And I do feel like, whoa, you know, on top of the world, you know, a lot of energy. It's completely the opposite of what I felt like on Tuesday morning, you know, after the holidays and all that. So if you can just say, remember on your calendar, put a note on starting February 20th, magic beans, sow my seeds, create my garden, you know, and then let it go after June 1st. It's like, okay, I did my job. Like, just something like that. And put lots of laughter in there, you know, something different. Go order liver and onions, you know.
Perfect. I love that you can just jump in and do things. Interestingly enough, I have always tended to do stuff, sort of jump into it without thinking, and more times than not, it was pretty magical. But I've had people in my life pull me back from that, like try to get me to stop doing that. That's not good. Those kinds of things. So I'm just so excited that you gave me permission to continue living my life like that.
You better believe it. And I know the guides keep saying that this year has to be autonomous with we plant our seeds. We don't borrow some from our husband and plant those. Like, it's really us do this. And if you do this for yourself, it's going to benefit everyone around you, everyone you care about, you know, for sure. So to me, it's just, what an amazing time to be alive. And the other thing about the end goal of this, and the guys keep saying, you know, I think we're all so tired of the mind stuff and how our mind, to just being the embodied experience, the felt experience. And that's what they say laughter automatically does. It's turnkey, it's embodied. And, you know, recently, to give you like something that, again, you don't really see coming. So as an intuitive person, when I get worried or if I get anxiety, it's usually pretty pointed, like I should feel it. Fear is such a gift, like don't go down that road or don't go down that dark alley. But recently I had some kind of anomalous anxiety coming up about something. I mean, it was pretty just dramatic and unexpected and surprising. And I remember thinking, what is this, something that I should care about, or is this like a real warning signal? So long story short, I asked my guides, hey, I usually don't bother them, but like, hey, what's going on here? So you know what they did? The beauty of this, they said, we're going to give you an example and an experience of what life is going to become on the other side of this expansion, that we're talking about. So instead of giving me words, which they knew would never fly, because my mind would have just taken it and run with it and doubted it and questioned it. So instead of that, they put me in a kind of reverie where they took me to the other side, where all of my loved ones and people I had known, admired, my ancestors that I didn't know or did know, my pets on the other side. And it was this field of love. It was an actual field of love. So in about 2 milliseconds, my nervous system just shifted, so that then I felt that I know that I am this love. And so then they took me through this cool experience of my horse on the other side, who was always our spiritual teacher, looking at life and people through his eyes, which was such a cool experience. I mean, I've always wanted to know, what is that like to see through the eyes, But basically what the guides told me, and what the experience was being filled with so much love and joy, that when I went to this experience that I was dreading, worried about, they said, just shoot down the road. You're sending this love field before you. You're going to fill the whole building with it. You're going to fill the machinery, the equipment, the people who work there, the people who are just there, all the spaces in the hallway. And you're then it's already there, and it's coming out of the top of the building. And then you're going to get in your car that day, and you're going to be that love, and you're going to show up, and you're going to see. So immediately I went from this sense of dread to, I can't wait. I can't wait for this. And so when the day came, it was about a week later, I experienced some things that I've never experienced. First of all, when I drove up, my sign from the guides is always the 55s, 555s. That's like Archangel Michael. Everywhere I looked, it was almost like every car in the parking lot was a 55. I was like, what? So I go in, and it's just like this heightened atmosphere. But then when the person came to take me back for the test or whatever medical thing, which was fine, she looked me in the eye, and I looked her in the eye, and we both started crying. But it was just like, because I saw her through the eyes of love, and she felt me experience her as love. And so there we are, two strangers in this momentary second of just crying, with joy, with recognition that this is all there is, and that's all we need to know. It's so this, imagine the difference between, I'm in my mind trying to feel better, they're to make me feel better with words or whatever, assurances of it. They realize, like, that doesn't fly anymore. You have to feel it. Yeah. And then we're going to give you this whole thing that you've never experienced before. And you're going to have this joy and you're going to spread joy. It's incredible. Like it was, I can't even put words there. So imagine if that's what we're coming into, like, oh my gosh,
Well, as you're sharing this story, I'm like, this is the new normal. Like,
definitely.
I would say this is the future, but it's not the future. It's now. This is the new normal. Like, we're literally in the transition phase of that. And it was just like so beautiful. I could feel it. Now, that's a little hard to follow up. But I'm going to ask you, if you're up for it, would you like to do a 90-second joy reset? It's not going to be intense, what you just went through.
Absolutely. 100%. Yeah.
Okay. This is for everyone in the audience to join in. Now, this reset, it's not about forcing laughter or positivity. It's more about just gently signaling safety to the nervous system. So let's start. First, let's ground ourselves. Wherever you are, just take a moment to notice your body in the space. Feel the support beneath you, the chair you're sitting in, the floor, your feet. No need to change anything. Just notice. Now take one slow breath in through your nose and a longer, softer exhale out through your mouth. Let your shoulders drop just a bit. Not all the way, just a little. One slow breath. Now, and this is optional if you want, bring to mind something mildly pleasant or amusing. Not the happiest moment of your life, just something light. A small smile moment, a memory. Someone holding the door open for you. The smell of coffee before the first sip. Laughing at your own joke. Even if you're rolling your eyes a little right now, that's perfect. It still counts. If a smile comes, let it. If it doesn't, that's completely okay too. Lastly, try a quiet inner gesture of lightness, a soft smile, a gentle exhale, or even a silent, this kind of feels nice. This is enough. Your nervous system just received a signal of safety. Thanks for joining me in the exercise. That was just 90 seconds, and it didn't require fixing or forcing anything. Melissa, your thoughts on how moments like this might be woven into everyday life in a way that feels natural rather than another practice to do or I have to get it right?
Oh my gosh, there's so many. It was just so cool. What came to my mind during that brief interlude was recently I got some new cleaning stuff for the bathroom. Never used that kind before. Clean the bathroom with it, the drains, and I see my cat approaching like a banshee, like she's like wild-eyed, and she comes into the bathroom and she's like smelling all the drains and she's like crazed. And then I see that she wants to like lick it, and I realize like this can't happen. So I try to get her out of the bathroom, which has double doors. Well, it's almost like she gained super feline strength. Like she could have like stopped a freight train. So I'm trying to close the double doors on my cat, keep her out because she's gonna like drink this stuff. And so I get the doors locked, and then what do? I text my husband, like he's downstairs. I'm like, oh my God, Twinks, because then she starts beating on the doors. Like it's like thunderous. It's like somebody's like gonna break in. And I'm like, Twink's gonna break down the bathroom doors. Come save me, And then I just realized like she's 8 pounds, and this is like this crazy thing, and I just start laughing, like convulsing, and he's like, what, like, okay, but she was pounding so loudly on the door, and it was just something that's so random, like even the craziest normal things that we do all the time, every day. It's just can be so much fun, another thing, a friend of mine that our nickname for each other is Payol, which stands for Partner in Uncontrollable Laughter. She took, I didn't know it, but she took a picture of me in a full laugh, and she sent it to me, and it's just priceless. Like there's something about it that gives me joy every time I look at it. And I think everybody, if you have someone just somehow get a picture of you randomly laughing, like it's does something for you. And I know like Mel Robbins says to do the high five in the mirror. And I'm telling you, even if you're in the worst mood and you do this high five, you can't not smile. Like high five. You're gonna get lifted up. So there's ways I even like look for it everywhere. I had sliced a tomato recently and it had a giant smile. So of course I took a picture. It's like, oh my gosh, look at this. So look for it everywhere. Just it's just like weave it in to your day. Like it's so spectacular, just these moments of levity. And another thing that science has proven is if you watch something funny before sleep, before bed, you get a much deeper rest, a much more robust night of rest. And so I've been doing that with America's Funniest Home Videos, or anything, Candid Camera, old reels. And it's amazing what a tonic it is. It really is a tonic.
Oh my God, I love that. So, as we were coordinating for this interview, you had attached that picture to an email. And as soon as I opened it up, Melissa, I have to tell you, I just busted out laughing. There was something about the picture that made me smile. It warmed my heart immediately. And just because we have some past experience, I was like, oh my God, this is just so Melissa. I love it. So, and it's like that simple picture has brought joy to people you probably don't even know.
It's really amazing. I mean, and I just think I wasn't expecting that it would be so profound. She loved it, of course, but I just thought like this
She
is
probably
like
thought she was just messing with you. Little did she
exactly
know.
like it was just so. I recommend if you can get that someone else, it has to be unplanned. I think you have to be. And another thing, science says that we can discern, our brain can discern the difference between staged or canned laughter versus the real thing. But a lot of times it doesn't even matter to even the act of a smile can start, even if we're fake laughing, or even the yoga laughter where you feel like this is dumb, what am I doing, like, but then all of a sudden it really does have those benefits. Just some of the things you think about, the laughter and the peals of laughter and the different types of laughter. And and the other thing that's interesting is when comedians, I mean, if you think about the cult nature of stand-up comedy, and it's like a lot of times it's 3 a.m. you might get a 5-minute set and they just can't stay away. It's like it's an addiction. But it's just like they say that getting the laugh is so much more psychologically beneficial, even when the audience is having the greatest time and they're being of service to the audience. But when they get that laugh, they're like, there's nothing like it. And then they crave it. And that's why, we have this, even this morning I saw there was a documentary trailer about Mel Brooks. And the trailer itself was just different comedians cracking up, explaining how Mel Brooks inspired them. I want to do that. It's all about the laughs, the laughs. And so it's fascinating too, to think if you start noticing how much you laugh or don't laugh. Like the other day, I just started to observe, and my mom and I got on the phone, and it wasn't even 12 seconds. And throughout the conversation, we just laughed and laughed repeatedly. And they say, get with people that make you laugh. And also one of the best compliments you could give someone is to laugh at what they're doing, not at them, not at their expense. I used to have a friend and we would talk on the phone sometimes after the work week, and he would make me laugh so hard for so long that I just have to hold the phone. I'm like, hold on. I would have to hold the phone away, and he could hear me just laughing and laughing and laughing and laughing. And then, another joke. But it was the biggest compliment. What more could we want? We know that we're making someone laugh so hard that they can't even speak for a couple of minutes. Like, it's the best exchange, really.
It truly is. It truly is. To the point where you can't even talk.
That's the best. Like the no holds barred. This is what I'm doing. This is just the state that I'm in. Yeah, there's nothing like it.
Yeah.
So,
And you can always go back to those in your memory. I think they somehow stick with you because they just that feeling. It's almost like, I want to say it's an addiction. It's not an addiction. It really just is. I'm going to say it's a medicine.
it is absolutely. I mean, and even in the Bible, it was mentioned how laughter is medicine. It's incredible. Oh, rats laugh, monkeys laugh. Oh, and speaking of that, my parrot, we have a parrot that's probably almost 20 years old. And
Oh, wow.
she recently, we do a little walk in the evening with her on my shoulder in the house. And all of a sudden, she started laughing. And I'm like, because she's never laughed before. And I'm like, what? We're laughing now? And then it was like, ha, 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 ha. But then it's like, so I must laugh so much that the parrot actually picked it up. But then what I noticed, I show her parrot videos, on my phone for her. Like, there's this parrot named Cruz. I'm like, Cruz is your boyfriend. But the other day I showed a little clip of Cruz doing something funny, and I wasn't laughing. She started laughing at Cruz.
Wow.
And I'm like, what is this? This is the best, So speaking of just the joy of it.
Oh my God, I love that.
It's intoxicating, and it's definitely contagious. Yeah.
Yes, both of those for sure. So as we're going to come to a close with this conversation, Melissa, what is one simple way people can invite a little more laughter, joy, spiritual lightness into their lives this week? Give themselves permission, even just today. Something that feels doable even on hard days.
Yeah, I mean, it's just think of those funny, ridiculous things that you experience that you don't even think about. And it reminds me of the movie way back called Money Pit with Tom Hanks, where the house was just like constant, money pit. And he so many times in the film got to the point where you're so out of your mind with frustration and anger and rage and despair that you just start laughing. And it's funny because just this week, my air and my tires in my car, they needed air. So my husband went out there with his compressor and he checked all the pressure and put the air in the tires and put them all back, put the compressor away. And my only job was to figure out how to reset the tire pressure monitoring system. So I'm like on YouTube and I'm like, trying to do it. That didn't work. And then I've got my 600-page owner manual out and it's like, page 595, go to 323. And so it's like, if you could see my husband, he keeps coming out, like looking at like 10 minutes, 20 minutes, like what? I just had lunch and you're still in your car trying to figure this out. And it got to be so frustrating that I just automatically started cracking up because of the ridiculousness. And yet it was hilarious. So how many times are we so frustrated that we're not even thinking about laughing, but it just happens? Like almost people say, if I weren't laughing, I'd be crying. And so even those just silly little things that come, where the other day I had 5 minutes to do something, but then I spilled all this stuff all over the kitchen during the 5-minute thing that it turned into like an hour cleanup. And all I could do was just laugh. So, but to me, remembering people that, that have the funniest laugh, that their laughter alone, but also those amazing memories with your loved ones. I know you had mentioned that when you were living abroad, that you had these pictures of just people laughing, right? That your loved ones, like, that's so valuable.
Well, it shifts all the memories in your mind. So versus the staged, holiday pictures or those kinds of things, they were, as you said, people that were caught in the moment of just a random, genuine laugh. And I had them all over. And every time I would look at them, I would smile, but it would also, shift the memory into
Absolutely.
a beautiful memory. Yeah.
I just feel like, laughter is so much more powerful than we know, and I think of a living, walking, talking, breathing master teacher of our time is Byron Katie.
And she even has reels of when people dissolve into laughter about, their big problems. But, she had told the story of going to a doctor's appointment and getting a very dire diagnosis, and how all she could do was laugh and laugh and laugh and laugh and laugh and laugh. And the doctor, of course, thought, we got a live one here. She's nuts. But it could never abide, like whatever that diagnosis was, it never came to be. And, when she had been in the desert walking with her dear friend and he had a heart attack, they were away from cell phone range, and she couldn't help but laugh with him. I mean, she just started laughing, and he got so outraged, like, how dare you? I could die. What are you doing? But then later he started laughing, and they both just went on their way. So I think it shifts more than we can possibly know. It puts us in such a high frequency, a high, dimension, that this could be the answer or the thing that we've been looking for.
So it was right in front of us the whole time.
I have to thank you for picking this topic for me, not even knowing how near and dear it was to me, my essence, but also what I learned and gleaned from actually doing a deep dive into what is known and what is scientifically proven, but also, what the guides always bring, is it is cathartic. It is joy. It is the field of love. And so have at it, right?
Perfect. I love it. Melissa, thank you for sharing your insights, your humor, and deep compassion with us. It is always, always a pleasure, and I always get my own giggles when we talk. This conversation truly offered a beautiful reminder that laughter and lightness aren't distractions from healing. They're part of the medicine, and much more powerful than we think. I think that we're going to find them to be part of the new medicine, the new healthcare. Truly grateful that you joined us today.
Thank you. I cannot even express, my full gratitude. It's funny, the guys, just as you were saying, it's like, it's a shortcut. It's a shortcut to healing. It's a shortcut to alignment. It's a shortcut to what you really want. So, my gosh, it gives us, they're saying it's not only a suggestion, it's more of a soul directive. Include this in your life, include it every day. So thank you so much. I have no words. I'm so grateful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome home. It's a brand new day. Feel the rhythm. Let it lead the way. Step into the light. Embrace the glow in the spiral rebellion. Let the music flow. Welcome home. It's a new sensation in the spiral rebellion. Feel the transformation. You were always enough. Can't you see in the chaos of the world? Just
Oh, wow. What a summit. 3 days. As we come to an end of these 3 days, thank you to all of our speakers for the wisdom and for their generosity. And I want to thank you to everyone who joined us with curiosity and care. What we explored here isn't about doing more. It's about listening more deeply and choosing steadiness in how we move through life. May you take what resonates and let that support you in a simple, practical way. Thank you for being part of the Art of the Nervous System Care Summit. To learn more about our work, you can follow us at wildsoulgatherings.com. Enjoy Spiral Rebellion, our latest creation, at spiralrebellion.com, where you can learn more about working with the spiral and letting go of what is no longer yours. We'd love for you to join the movement. And last but not least, Happy Hour for the Spiritually Curious podcast, which continues to delve into anything and everything related to spirituality. You can sign up for our podcast newsletter at the Wild Soul Gatherings website to stay current on our latest offerings. Stay curious, Stay open, and I thank each of you for being a part of the Wild Soul family.
Welcome home. It's a brand new day. Feel the rhythm. Let it lead the way. Step into the light. Embrace the glow in the spiral rebellion. Let the music flow. Welcome home. It's a new sensation in the spiral rebellion. Feel the transformation. You were always enough. Can't you see in the chaos of the world? Just be free. Every moment's a chance for a fresh start. Let go of the past. Embrace your heart. Tears turn to laughter. Fears into might. With passion and purpose, we'll ignite the night. Break the silence. With your truth, we break away from chains that bind us. The old rules no longer apply. Every heartbeat's a chance to grow high. So take my hand, let's dance and spin in this revolution. Lives begin where the voice their fears can't silence. Igniting dreams with vibrant colors of defiance. With hearts wide open and spirits soaring from ashes of the past, we're rising, exploring. No limits can hold us. We're brave, breaking free. Together we shine. Together we'll be. Step into the storm. Feel the thrill and energy in this dance of life. Let love be the remedy. We're powerful, fearless, a force to behold. With dreams on fire, our story unfolds. Break the silence. With your truth, we break away from chains that bind us. The old rules no longer apply. Every heartbeat's a chance to grow high. So take my hand, let's dance and spin in this revolution. Our lives begin where the voice their fears can't silence. Igniting dreams with vibrant colors of defiance. With every step, we leave the past behind. In the chaos, we'll find what's truly kind. The night may fall, but we won't fear. With every shadow comes the light that's near. In this spiral rebellion, we find clarity. Together we'll write our own story, a rarity. Break the silence. With your truth, we break away from chains